pretty good to go. And I'm gonna wait. Perfect, okay. So Castle is getting a little bit of a late start. I feel like that's on my end for the stream. Okay, it's not too bad actually. Alright, that's fine. Well, here we are. Welcome everyone to our first SPM showcase. Obviously, the first showcase is any percent. This category has yet to be shown on this channel by any means. I forgot to do this. Alright, yeah, there. Now you can see me. Alright. Yeah, sorry if everything's a little clustered. I was kind of running late today, but we got everything set up. Everything's good to go. I'm really excited to be here today and just show this off. So, like I said in the intro, let me turn my volume down a little bit, but like I said in the intro, we are having showcase runs, which basically show off a certain category of this game. This is any percent. Goal of any percent is to beat the game as fast as possible, so we'll actually be going past 2-1 this time. So, yeah, I mean, that's really it. And just like Flash said, we're actually on English. I'll talk about a bunch of different stuff that's going on here, but the first thing I want to mention is, yes, we are on English. Japanese is technically faster by, like, I think 30 seconds. However, well, actually, Japanese is a little faster now with GBS, but regardless of the fact, the Japanese version of the game has a chance to crash at like any time you load a room, so it's very unpredictable, and we obviously wouldn't want that to happen in a marathon setting here, or a race setting. So, both runners will be opting to play on English here. It's relatively the same, minus a few minor things, but outside of that, everything should be just about the same. So, I want to say hello to all the chat members that have been popping in, starting from the beginning. What's up, Flash? What's up, Hopper? What's up, Maxie, Teddy, Jack, Toto, Zach and Castle, obviously good luck. Tim, lots of people here. I'm glad to see you guys showing up today. Dark, what's up? So yeah, it's pretty cool. We never really done anything like this. I've done one of these on my own channel in the past, but I figured that I would, you know, definitely move it over to here, so stop saying the banned word. What's the banned word? But, regardless, yeah, both runners are in the prologue currently. There's not much that happens here. It's mostly just text mashing until after this Merlin cutscene. There's a fun fact, we actually have a category extension that is called Game Over %, and it's basically game over as fast as possible. And to do that in this game, for some reason, if you say no to Merlin 3 times here, he's basically going to ask you if you want to take the pure heart and help save the world. If you say no to him... Oh, that's... okay. I will definitely try to not say that word. Alright, but yeah. So, if you say no to Merlin 3 times here, actually both runners are on the text box, but if you say no to him 3 times, you game over. And that's literally the fastest way to game over in this game. It's quite interesting, but regardless, we're not going to do that. Both runners opting to help save the world, a pretty good strat, keeping their run alive, so cool stuff. Alright, so we actually finally get to have movement now. The first strat, this is very, like, the very beginning is very similar to just pit % with a few changes, but we're actually going to jump off the left side of the tower, and we're going to land right next to the Pure Heart Pillar, so we can activate the Chapter 1 door. Normally, most people would go down the elevator and maneuver around to this Pure Heart Pillar, but just knowing that it's down there, we can save a lot of time. Oh yeah, that's true. We'll see if anyone pulls off the 7-1 warp. We'll see if that happens. Okay. Alright, so both runners are out of this cutscene. We're 5 minutes in the game and most of it's been text mashing, as you can see. There's a lot of that here in the first 10 minutes. Any percent's a little different than Pit. I think I mentioned this, but there's going to be different strats early on. There's going to be some similar strats. It's totally different from the any percent that I knew like 5 months ago, because there's been so many new strats implemented. Dottie skip, HP plus early. So I'm really excited to see how these runners do in the run. They're obviously first and second place, 30 seconds apart in PB. So it's going to be a pretty close race, I guarantee that. They're going to more than likely be on each other's tail all throughout the run. Both of the runners have advantages over each other, but we'll see how that all plays out. So, once again, we're still in a cutscene. Very common for this game. So, cool stuff. And we're actually going to go into 1-1 here in just a minute or two. So, the 7-1 warp, it's not actually a thing. I was just joking with Castle. Unless it is, maybe I'm behind, but I don't think there's any 7-1 warp. There is one, I don't want to call it a wrong warp. I forget what it's called. Sequence break. There is one sequence break in this game that I'll talk about later that is not possible RTA yet, but we'll see. We'll see if that ever happens in the future. Not sure if it will, but it's still cool to talk about, so we'll get to that when we get there. But regardless, that right there that you just saw was Count Bleck. This game has a pretty in-depth story. I'm not going to go into all of it because honestly I'm not the biggest expert on the story, but it is definitely, like, if you ever get a chance to play this game, I definitely recommend it, like, even if it's just for the story alone. Like I said, it's really in-depth, and it's probably one of the best things about this game. So yeah, here's 1-1. Both runners are going to be heading directly to the right here. So we finally get to see some more movement, more gameplay. A couple things about movement. You'll notice that whenever both runners enter a room, they'll jump immediately. This is actually to increase their momentum faster. Doing this just in one room alone only saves maybe like a quarter of a second or half a second, but doing this all throughout the run, however, can add up to a lot of time saved. So, it's a pretty neat little trick. But both runners will be going into Bestovius' house, and Bestovius will give Mario the ability to flip in 3D. So, Mario is the only character in this game that has this ability. We're actually going to be getting 3 other characters that I'll get to later on, but each character basically has their own ability, and Mario, his ability is to flip in 3D. So, we're actually going to see this right here as soon as this cutscene ends. Both runners actually picked up 1 coin from the outside to save a few text boxes. It's a pretty neat little bit of information people don't know. But regardless, we flipped in 3D, and each runner is going to get 3 items. So, they're going to get a Shell Shock, a Shroom Shake, and a Fire Burst. So, the Shell Shock is very important. There's a few Shell Shocks that are going to be used throughout the run. I think there's only 1 or 2 now in the route, which is pretty neat. The Fire Burst is going to be used in the pre-Chapter 2 cutscene, and the Shroom Shake is honestly just there to get in case you need an extra healing item. It's always good to have that, especially in a race setting. You never really know what's going to happen. So, cool stuff. 1-1 is very linear for the most part. There's a couple cool tricks that are going to be coming up soon. So, they're both going to... Oh, actually, Castle just skips the coin block there while Zach gets it. So that actually gives Castle a slight lead. But you'll see both runners probably do a few different strats. We'll see how that goes. Because it's a little bit different than Pit, where most runners usually do the same route for coins in any percent, but I could be wrong. They could be doing different things. So right here, this is the squig grind. Oh, Zach's gonna... Okay. He's actually gonna have a lot of points if he does this right, and I think he will. So he's actually gonna wait for the slow flower. And he's gonna lose a little time here, but he's gonna save a decent amount over Castle. Castle actually did an okay grind, he had 21k. But Zach is absolutely demolishing this. I guarantee you he's gonna have like 90 by the end of this. Oh my god, 81. Really good stuff. That's a really good strat from Zach. He actually has 43 coins too. That's really neat. So I'm actually gonna mute for just a second and I'll be right back. Okay, apologies for that. Restreamer, not paying attention, taking a break mid-run, it's all good. So both runners completed 1-1 there, and they're on 1-2. I didn't really miss anything, honestly. The important stuff in 1-2 is coming up in this next room right here. So, it's important to talk about the normal strats for any percent here. Normally, if it wasn't a marathon setting or anything to that extent, both runners would more than likely be going for GBS or LSJ. So, they're basically the same trick, just different methods. LSJ stands for Life Shroom Jump. You basically die in midair with a Life Shroom, and you can hit a 1 frame to get across the gap. And then for GBS, it stands for Green Bridge Skip, which technically doing that LSJ is Green Bridge Skip, but this Green Bridge Skip is basically doing that skip just without the Life Shroom. It's a really precise trick where you have to get on a plane in the background, and you basically walk up that plane and jump over the gap. It is very, very precise, but Zach has done it in multiple runs, and it does save a decent chunk of time. So... So both players actually just went to the red house right there. Castle is skipping the shop, which is definitely the same thing that Zach is going to do. I'm kind of getting myself used to the new route, because I haven't really seen much of this. But if they were going for Life Shroom Jump or GBS, they would have gone in that shop. But instead, they're actually going to complete the level normally as intended. So the first place that they're going to go to is... They're basically going to this underground pit, and they're going to get Thoreau, which is the first pixel of the game.
Oh.
Alright, so you enter this room and you get locked in, and then you have to get Thoreau to get out of this room. So you're going to use Thoreau. Basically, what Thoreau does is you can grab objects or enemies and hold them above your head, and then you can retoss them. So, basically the strat here is just grab this block and throw it at the switch. Oh, yeah. So, another thing, so on Japanese is the 1.0 version of the game, which means you can do shop clip and do Green Bridge Skip. However, both runners are playing on this specific English version, which is 1.2. So, English can technically do the trick, it just has to be on 1.0. However, they're using the Wii U version, which The Wii U version basically ported the last release of the game, which is 1.2, so they patched that shop clip. So there's no way to get it out of bounds there, unfortunately. So the trick cannot be done. So it's a pretty interesting thing to note. So after they have Thoreau, they're actually going to talk to Old Man Watchet here. And now normally you're intended to go to the guy in the greenhouse. Well, I don't know if you're really intended to do this, but you basically find out that the green dude won't lower the bridge like the red dude could. So you have to go talk to Watchet. Watchet yells at him, and then he'll lower the gate. So neat stuff, but since we know that already, we can just skip going to that green dude for the first time. We just go straight to Watchet. Saves a lot of time, just based on prior knowledge. So, and both the green and red dude actually ask your favorite color. So, the red guy will not get mad at you regardless of your choice, and the green guy will get mad at you regardless of your choice. And he'll get so mad that he kicks you out of the house, but it actually saves time. So, thank you, green guy. And that is 1-2. I'm actually going to switch audio back real quick. So. One 3 here, we're going to have another grind section. Zach could honestly opt to not go for this, we'll see. He could just opt to get the fast flower and just dip, because he has a lot of level as it is, but he's probably still going to do some of this grind. It's still really useful to get, because you do get a lot of coins. So, yeah. But he's at 90k, which is way over leveled than normal. That slow flower, or the fast flower that you can get in 1-1, it definitely saves a lot of time. Even though Zach is behind right now, Castle is behind on level quite a bit, so Zach is actually gonna... he might actually, just catch up, on O-Chunks alone. I don't know if he'll have the lead, but he's definitely gonna kill O-Chunks faster. Oh, and this strat right here, you basically take this squiglet, throw him on that trampoline, and use the squiglet's rock, not a coconut, but you use his rock that he spits out, you jump on it, and cross the gap. So both runners here are going into the O-Chunks fight in 1-3. There's a lot of stuff in 1-3. It's really rapid pace. Coconut Gang showing up really big in the chat right now. Really pissed at the commentator for calling it a rock. But yeah, no, it's actually called a rock. I don't really care if anyone calls it, because it literally looks like a coconut. I don't even know why it's called a rock, but regardless. Pretty neat. Okay. Okay, Castle should be fine here. Zach is getting... I can't really see how many hits he's getting, but... Oh, no. Okay, pretty interesting. Yeah, very monk-ass. So, I was just about to mention, actually, that O-Chunks, is a pain to deal with. That was a really good ICS by Zach, but, O-Chunks is a pain to deal with sometimes. So, he can sometimes grab you during the cutscene. Yeah, and that kind of happens. Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. Alright, so... Oh, did you gold that, Zach? That's really cool. So what now? I'm trying to think. Was it a soft lock? No, it wasn't a soft lock. Castle just reset. No, there's no big deal, Castle. It's fine. But However, no, it's fine. It's no big deal. I'm trying to think of what I can do, because I don't just want like the 2 game feeds to be 19 minutes apart, but I also don't want to make Zach reset because he's on a good run. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go with what Zach mentioned, and I'll have to make another layout real quick, which I can do. But I can just make it to the point where we see Zach's run, because I still want to showcase a few parts of the run. Also, Zach is about to go for key clip out of bounds, and you can get the key. No, it's no big deal, Castle. You're good. It's fine. I probably would have reset there too, I'll be honest. That O-Chunks is a pain. Yeah, it's no big deal. I can still showcase Zach's run, so we're good. Let me go ahead and get things set up here. Let me mute. That was a really good key early by Zach, so he's on a good run. 66 coins. Yeah, it's all good. Alright, I'm gonna mute real quick, just for a second. Yeah, sorry, I meant to switch the audio, that's my bad. Okay, I can put together, like, during this one, I think I could put together real quick just a layout that we can use for the rest of the stream. See, I'm gonna keep muted. Zach, you keep playing. If you can hear me, just keep playing. I'm gonna just be right back for like 2 minutes. Alright, so I'm not going to be paying too much attention to the run, but I will be making a new layout really quickly. Let me get this off. Okay. So that should be fine. So I'll try to go as fast as I can here, but I should be able to just do a few things. Okay, so really big thank you to my special guest co-commentator for stepping in for me real quick while I make this new layout. He actually wasn't going to show up till the second half of this race, but he's going to be here in just a few minutes. I haven't announced him yet, so I will, but I'm going to have Flash join commentary, so he will take over for just like 15 minutes while I get this up and running real quick.
Yo, what's up, guys? Can you hear me well?
All right, hang on. Let me make sure your audio's up. All right,
Hello,
speak again. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, you're good. You're good. I'm gonna go mute and you can take over commentary. Thank you.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna set up push to talk while I'm talking to you guys. But hi, I'm Flash. I have run this game. I used to have the world record back in 2019. For those of you who don't know me. So, I guess catching up on this run. So Zach is on, like, he's doing really good right now. Hold on one sec, I gotta put on push to talk. My sister's playing League in the background. Okay, so, kind of going over what Zach's doing in this run. So there's actually some really fun strats that he's showing off. You just saw him jump on Fractail. So the previous way that we used to do that is we used to go all the way over to the right of the room, hoping that he would spawn faster. But I believe Zach figured this out. I'm not too sure. It may have been Zach or Castle. But you can actually run to the left of the room, and as he's charging at you, you can run towards him, so that way you're covering more ground, and you can jump on him and saves a couple seconds. He's also fighting Fractail right now. You can skip the different rotations. If you do fall off, you have to wait for him to run around, and loses quite a bit of time, actually. Yeah, gotta love League, man. I've never played it myself, but apparently she's really good at it. So, you're watching Zach basically beat Fractail. Yeah, just beat him. So Fractail was actually gonna let Mario go and give him the Pure Heart, but you saw Dementio stop him and say, "Hey, nope, you gotta fight him. It's gotta be a final boss or something." And that's why we had to end up fighting Fractail. But that's chapter 1. 26 minutes in. It's pretty good pace. I remember the first time I did this run, it took me 55 minutes to beat chapter 1, so it's amazing that these runners can even do it in this amount of time, which is really fast. Actually, for a lot of top tier runs, 55 minutes is about the time that you want to be finishing chapter 2, so there are obviously different strats that JCR has brought up, like Green Bridge Skip and Livestream Jump, that save quite a bit of time. But yeah, this is it was a pretty clean chapter 1 from what I've seen. Haven't been paying too much attention. I'm actually going to an online wedding in about 30 minutes or so. So, oh yeah, and plus 1 minute with a slow flower, Zach said in the chat. So that's actually really good. Being just 1 minute behind on your splits like that. But the main reason why you saw Zach go for the slow flower earlier, normally you would think like, oh, a slow flower in a speedrun, you wouldn't go for that, but it does triple your points, and your score and your coins. So Zach was able to manage getting a ton of points. So he'll be able to fly through a lot of the bosses a lot faster. In 5-2, there will be a point grind, and he will be able to do that a lot faster. So Zach is on very good pace right now, doing very good. Very nice. He's been very lucky so far from what I've seen. So during this cutscene, this is the Peach intermission. This is right before chapter 2. This is the theorized, I guess, Peach warp. I guess we call it Peach intermission skip is what we normally call it. If you're able to get over this ledge right over here with Peach somehow, there's a key in the other room, and then if you grab the key, it sets the sequence point of the game all the way over to 8-1. So you'd be able to just go over and beat Count Bleck. There's obviously a couple other issues, like we would need a couple extra pixels and characters to be able to get to Count Bleck, but it's just a fun little theory for this little section of the game, that you'd be able to go beat chapter 1 and then go straight to chapter 8, which would be really fun to watch. If you did ever want to watch that, you could just Google Super Paper Mario Levitate % by Karage. He's got a little theory run of that. It's only one run, but it's still really fun to watch. It's like an hour and 17 minutes. But it's kind of fun. So, Zach's going to go to the end of this level as Peach, and that will trigger the next cutscene where we will get to move around a little bit more. $120k 4/4 robot, each one hit damage instead of 0. Yeah, that's true. If Zach is able to get 120k points before the robot fight in Chapter 4, would save quite a bit of time. We'll talk a little bit more about that when we get there. Chapter 4 is still a little bit away. But yeah, being able to damage robot before you get the candy bars is really good. So during this cutscene, Peach got trapped, and normally when you first play through the game, you don't really know who or what or why she got teleported. But if you've beaten this game before and you've recognized that teleport animation, you'll know exactly who saved her right there. I have to run away. Yeah. Yeah, we'll be there in an hour. We'll talk about it then. I guess something else to bring up is there is a lot of vanilla gameplay in this speedrun. You go from point A to point B very fast, but unfortunately point A to point B is going through every single one of the chapters. There's a lot of out-of-bounds movement, a lot of clipping, and a lot of really cool tech that this game has. But the sequence point is just unfortunately not one of those things that we're able to break. Super Paper Mario is a very broken game, but the sequence point has remained intact throughout all these years, so that's kind of fun. Peach is using fly hacks. So at this point, the man that just came in the room pointed out there's a lady. She just fell from the sky. We're not quite sure why. Zach, using his prior knowledge of the game, knows that she's going to need a fire or a spicy soup to wake her up. So Zach is going to go over and he's going to cook one of those real fast before he even gets to the girl. So Zach is actually going to go shop here. I forgot about this. This is part of the different route. He's going to buy an ice storm, which will be used for a boss fight in Chapter 3. And he's going to be buying Shell Shock, I believe, which would be used for a couple skips. I think that was a Shell Shock he bought. I haven't run this game in quite a bit, and the route has changed quite a bit since I've run this game. But there's a lot of really fun strats, like JCR was talking about earlier, like the what's it called? The HP plus method, which solves a lot of our coin issues in this game, which is quite a blessing. So shoutouts to PTL for suggesting that. 1 Shell Shock for Boomer Skip and 1 for the 7-2 Bowser fight. Okay, way cool. Way cool. So, Zach is, I'm assuming he's opting out in using Boomer for Bowser and 3-1, which is the go-to strat that saves time. Normally you'd use a Shell Shock and 2-1 for Boomer Skip, which you're about to see here coming up pretty soon. The Bowser fight in 3-1 and the Bowser fight in 7-2. Double inputs are always great. So like I said before, Zach's going to give Peach the spicy soup. Due to his prior knowledge, he doesn't have to go all the way back and make one. He can just give the spicy soup right now, which is pretty cool. So, now that we have Peach, we're going to be receiving the old key, which lets us go into the outskirts of Flipside, where the rest of the Pure Heart pillars will be, either in the outskirts or in Flopside, which we will go see that later. Fun little cutscene between Mario and Peach, where Mario's trying to convince Peach not to come, and Peach is like, no, I've already made up my mind. I'm coming on the adventure. So, fun thing about Peach and Mario, So you can actually play as multiple different characters. Normally, in the Paper Mario series, you're stuck as Mario. But in Super Paper Mario, you get to play as Mario, Peach, Luigi, and Bowser, which is really fun. So they all have their own special different abilities. Mario can flip in 3D, Peach can float with her umbrella and shield. So unfortunately, we have a lot of tech that doesn't require Peach's floating, so we only use her a few times during the run. So as you saw, Zach would immediately switch from Mario back to Peach, or from Peach back to Mario. There's actually the room that you are apparently, like, you can tell that the developers really wanted you to use Peach in this last room where the Pure Heart Pillar is, but Zach is actually going to abuse one of these minions by throwing them in the corner, and then he's just going to jump on them to get to the Pure Heart Pillar, which is just really funny and really nice. Best Paper Mario? Oh yeah, for sure. Every playable Bowser game. Wait a minute. So it's kind of funny if you saw those blocks over there where the Pure Heart, like next to the Pure Heart Pillar. You can basically the developers wanted you to run to the far left side of the room, switch to Peach, and then float all the way across. Yeah, you use Peach a little more than twice. There's actually a couple strats. We've been implementing Peach more and more and more into the run. You used to use Peach. You were forced to use her in 8-1 or 8-2 with Mimi, and 2-1. You're gonna use her here in a second. But all these new strats, we've actually found a couple. Oh, Zach's stream cut out for me a little bit, but he's in 2-1 now. So we're gonna switch to Peach because we can't make this gap without her. Technically, you could do a life stream jump, but that would be a lot slower. So it's just better to use Peach over here. But there is a lot of really cool strats that we're gonna see here coming up. 2-1 used to be one of my favorite levels, but I don't know. I guess it still technically is. Boomer Skip is at the very end of this level, so we'll get to showcase this. Something that we used to do was we used to do another life stream jump here at Boomer Skip. Also, JCR is just working on the layout, so please hold on for a second. He's about done with this. But yeah, so from here on out, we're just going to showcase Zach's run. So, yeah. So this next little trick here is actually pretty fun. It's a Paragoomba jump. Paragoomba jump is a nice little trick where you can get from the ground level all the way up to that pipe. So there is a backup strat where you can jump off of that question mark block underneath it in 3D, and then you can jump all the way over on top of the platform. But I remember timing it and doing this room the developer intended way, and it saves like a minute or so trying to go from one side of the room all the way to the other, or maybe it was 45 seconds or something. But using those flipping panels that you see above Zach, it's so slow. Using those panels are just not viable in any form or shape of way. So I'm really glad that we have a lot of really unique speed strats in this run where you literally go from point A to point B as fast as you can, and you just cut corners in every single room. It's great. Like, even in the room that he was just in, you're supposed to grab the Mega Star, but grabbing the Mega Star just takes so long, so he just goes straight to the end of the level. So coming up here is Boomer Skip, So Zach's actually going to grab a Shell Shock, and he's going to hit the switch that's going to be above him here in a second. He's going to have to get the large Shell Shock and then make a really precise jump and throw it on the right frame. It's a nice little setup. And Zach nailed Boomer Skip. So we will be given Boomer at the end of this level. Like every single skippable pixel, which is just about every single one of them, I believe, except for Cudge and Fleep. Fleep and Cudge are, I believe, the only pixels you can't skip. I may be wrong there, but that's just off the top of my head. I believe every single one of the other pixels you can skip in any shape or form. So, like we said earlier, we just skipped Boomer, and we'll be skipping Dottie later. You theoretically can skip Slim, but there's not really a TAS or an RTA viable way to do that. And even if we were able to skip Slim, we probably wouldn't because it would be a little slower. So this level is kind of like one of those RNG time loss or time gain levels. If you get an Ice Storm when you're doing an any % run normally, you could just go straight into the door like Zach did. But Zach opted to go to the shop, which is the faster strat for like a non-Lifestream jump or green bridge skip run. Normally when you do Lifestream jump or green bridge skip, you'd have to go all the way around and pick up the stopwatch that's on top of the mansion right there that we already entered. This segment right here with the spikes is resident sleeper for most runs. For green bridge skip, do we go to the shop? I'm not actually sure. That would be something to ask Zach or Castle. I think you may or may not go. I'm not too sure. Maybe that's Lifestream jump only. I haven't actually done runs since green bridge skip was implemented into the run. But if you get an Ice Storm, it does save quite a bit of time. Saves about, I believe, 30 to 40 seconds. Which is kind of cool for Lifestream jump routes. So that drop has always been really exciting to get. Cool little jump through the dog right there. So that dog's hitbox is actually just the feet and legs right there. And if the front part of the legs touch Mario, he'll eat him and spit him out. Yeah, the hitboxes are very deceiving on that guy. You can literally just jump straight through him, which is really fun. Yes, spikes on the head are part of the hitbox as well. But if you get hit by the spikes on his head, it does literally 0 damage. It just slows you down a little bit. Very funny. Yeah. So chapter 2-3, this is, I guess, notably one of like the biggest casual run killers for a lot of people. I know a lot of people quit playing Super Paper Mario casually in 2-3 because they didn't know that there was different codes that you had to get. I remember being very frustrated this as a, I guess, a 12-year-old playing this for the first time. Trying to grind all the different rubies, you owe 1 million. And I know a handful of you in the chat actually tried to grind out 1 million rubies, but we all know that that's not exactly possible. I mean, it is, but it's not exactly casual run friendly. So we're introduced to our third pixel, Slim. Is JCR there?
I am, yeah, I just got back.
Nice. The layout looks good. Good job.
Alright, awesome. Glad we got everything working. But yeah, I assume you're gonna head out for a little bit and probably be back later.
Yep. My thing starts in like 5 minutes, so I'll be back later. Thank you guys for having me.
Thank you for filling in. Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. Good luck, guys.
All right. So, getting back to the run itself, Zach is going to get early cycle. So, to talk about early cycle really quick, this level basically has lasers at the top that you need to flip as slim to get by them, and there's a very very small window. It's a little easier in Japanese because the text is faster, but you basically play the first half of the level very fast, and like almost as fast as you could possibly go, and then you make it up there and you flip as slim right before the laser hits you, and you'll get right through, saving a decent amount of time, I think around 15 seconds. So, yeah, I'm back. So, good to see everyone. I hope the layout's good. I hope everything's been going well. Thank you again, Flash. Seriously, big help. And he'll be back later to commentate the second half of this run, and that's where things get pretty exciting. So, anyways, moving on. Zach is just gonna complete the level here. So yeah, the level that took you, 8 hours to complete as a kid, we can do it in 3 minutes. So, epic. Pretty cool stuff. Alright. Yeah, I'm honestly happy with myself that I was able to make this in like 5 minutes, so pretty cool. But yeah, so Zach's going into 2-4 here, and 2-4 is a bit of a longer level than the past two. To talk about Chapter 2, 2-2 and 2-3 are relatively quick. This level is about 7 or 8 minutes long, so it's a bit of a longer one, but it still goes by pretty quick. Most of it is just lots of cutscenes. We'll talk about it. Oh, I'll be good, Teddy. Yeah, Flash and I'll get it. I can do solo till like Chapter 5 or 6 or whenever Flash is around. I'll be good to go for now. So. Anyways, the first half of 1-4, you're doing like these little tiny mazes. There's actually going to be a cutscene up here. We've seen Mimi all throughout, like 2-2, 2-3, and 2-4. Mimi has popped up, but right here we'll discover that she's actually taking the identity of Merly, who is someone that we know and trust, but the real one is actually invisible, and there's this little cutscene. You have to say refuse. If you keep saying sign, I don't think you gain over there, you just lose a lot of time, but yeah, so then there's this terrifying cutscene where Mimi turns into a spider. So, it's probably terrified a lot of children. Yeah, it's not a pleasant sight, but we basically see Mimi through like different personas, and then we finally see that she's one of Count Bleck's minions. We actually met 2 of Count Bleck's minions already, not Count Bleck, but Ochunks and Dementio. So, we're gonna get to know Mimi a lot by the end of this level, because we're gonna have to fight her. So, there's more maze work going on here. Basically, Zach, with his prior knowledge, knows exactly where to go, when to flip, what doors to enter. It's relatively simple, but if you're playing this casually, it can definitely take a solid 5 minutes going. There's actually a lot of different items and stuff that are hidden all throughout, like these caves and stuff, but we're actually just gonna ignore all of them, so. And then, this is the only time I think we see the giant Boo at all in this run. I don't know why he's here. He does 0 damage, you can just run right past him. Alright, but to fight Mimi, we're actually going to enter the girls' bathroom, break the law. That's what SPM's about. And we're going to open the 3rd bathroom stall because that's a thing. And we find the real Merly. Now, we know this Merly's real because if you look very closely, there's actually a fly that's flying around her head, like a bug. You can barely see it, but it's important because this happens. Mimi will once again take the persona of Merly. So right now we don't really know which one's which, but as you see, we're actually just going to play a game show because that's normal. So the game show is very long. But if you look very closely during the game show, you'll have to pick which Merly is the real one, and you'll see the fly once again. That's how you know it's real, because you can't really tell from any of the answers that she gives, I don't think. But yeah, we basically play Family Feud here, a 5-question interview. It's a lot of mashing. That's why I said this level's mostly cutscene, because of this. It like takes a whole minute to get by this, so. But yeah, it doesn't really matter if you pick the correct Merly or not. You can just hold the left button and buffer the input. You just spam the 2 button and you'll select the correct one. But if you were to somehow get like a double input and select the incorrect one, it wouldn't lose you more than like half a second. Okay, so Zach picked the correct one here. So, good stuff. Oh, that's actually a pretty cool fact. Yeah, I remember you posting something like that in the Discord. But that game show room is actually stored below the actual bathroom itself, which is pretty cool. So, this is Mimi. We're gonna have to fight her now. She basically shoots rubies out, and one way to fight her is by picking up these rubies and throwing them back at her. I don't even think we'll see any of the rubies because this fight it goes by really fast. Zach is also really over-leveled, which is gonna help him a lot here. He's gonna like defeat Mimi in just a few hits. The really annoying thing about this specific fight is that there's cutscenes within the fight, and it's actually really easy to like open the menu or, you know, shake the Wii remote. It's really weird. But right before the end of the fight there, Zach actually switched to Boomer. That's the next pixel that we're gonna need, and that switch right there actually saves a basically an input. So it saves a few seconds. It's cool. Yeah, that was a really good Mimi fight, and Zach's actually rolling a really good run right now. A 51, or he's gonna get like a 52, Chapter 2, which is really decent. It's really good. Alright. So there we go. That is the end of Chapter 2, and we're heading on to Chapter 3. In my opinion, once we get to Chapter 3, things start to heat up a little bit. The run starts to get really exciting, really fast-paced. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 take a little while. They're pretty easy. Well, not too easy to go through, but it takes a little while, but things really start to ramp up. We have less cutscenes throughout the rest of the game, so it's pretty cool. At least Chapter 3 is like my favorite part of the run. At least when things start to pick up a bit. There's going to be a lot of stuff to talk about. But currently, we're going to have another Count Blick Castle cutscene here. And instead of Peach, we're actually going to be playing as Luigi. So we played as Peach last cutscene, and then we immediately got Peach as a character. So we'll see what happens to Luigi here. But yeah, Luigi's also stuck in Count Blick's castle. This is the story of Gary the Goomba. Unfortunately, Gary is gonna have to be sacrificed to Count Blick's army. So it's there's a really neat text box that shows up at the end of this. But basically, these cutscenes here are just walking, and we already know which doors to enter, so it's not too difficult. It's just holding left simulator. Who's the other Goomba? I actually don't know the other Goomba's name. That would be neat to find out, though. We'll see what happens with Luigi. Yeah, that was the point I was alluding to, so... We get Peach right after seeing her for the first time, and then we get Bowser here in Chapter 3, and we get Luigi in Chapter 7, because that makes sense, so... really cool stuff. That was the point I was alluding to. Unfortunately, Luigi is not going to be as lucky as Peach. I don't know if Flash mentioned this, he might have, but the one who actually teleported Peach out of the castle was Dementio, because Dementio is currently working on a secret plan which we totally don't know about up to this point, because we've totally never played this game before. So, but like going back, it's really neat to think about that. So yeah, we actually, I ran past the text box there, but he basically screams "Gary, no," and it's pretty funny. And then he actually like just becomes a traitor and is like, "Yeah, I'll just join the army. This guy's weak." And then they just take Luigi. Poor guy. Alright, so we're back on the Flipside Tower here. And so we have 2 pure hearts at this time. Obviously, the goal of each chapter is to find the pure heart and put it in the next pillar to open the next area. So, I believe, actually, yes, this is actually the cutscene where the route differs now. We're now going to be doing the HP Plus route. At least Zach's going to be showing it off here in a second, but what HP Plus is, it's an item that you normally aren't able to get until like Chapter 5 or something like that. I don't know exactly when you can move those blocks out of the way, but you don't actually, you're not supposed to get it till later in the game, but there's a really easy clip where you can just walk out of bounds, or you can walk to like the top left of a screen, flip, and then you can get behind a wall and open the box that that the HP Plus is in. But this strat is often shown off in Pit, in the Pit of Under Trials runs, but it's actually really important here, and it's implemented because we can sell the HP Plus for 400 coins at the Flopside shop. And that's going to save so much time all throughout the run, because normally in the old route we got like a bunch of different items through the levels, and we had to make sure we had enough coins and we could sell them just to buy some Mighty Tonics and a few other things that we'll get to later. But the HP Plus actually gets rid of so many of those items, and it saves a lot of time. So it was actually thought of by PTL, and Zach put it all together, did some routing and testing, and we found out that, or he found out rather, that it's actually faster. So cool stuff. So instead of, normally at this point, what you would do is just use the return pipe in the old route, but he's actually gonna go back into 3D and Slim, and he's going to take damage in 3D there, which is a really cool strat, because that gets him out of Slim. And then he's going to flip here, and just like I said, he's out of bounds, he's behind the wall, he opened the chest, and he has the HP Plus early, and he's going to use the return pipe. Nice. Alright. So we have that now. I mean, it's normally meant to be used, if you were to use it right now, your max HP would go to 30, but there's no point in doing that, since obviously Zach is really over-leveled at this point, but even if he wasn't over-leveled, most experienced runners will not die. So yeah, this is 3-1. Chapter 3 is really neat. There's a bunch of different types of levels. This is the bit lens. This is the only time we see this level. And it's going to be an interesting chapter because we actually lose Tippy right here. This is Francis. This is going to be the 3-4 boss. He's kind of a nerd. Loves anime. You know, this game was really before its time, because this game came out in 2007, but there are a bunch of funny quotes that we'll see throughout the future. And then Bush just talked to us, but that's just Barry. He's a pixel. You can go back into this level and get Barry if you really wanted to. You have to like defeat 3-4 and then go back in here and watch the cutscene. It takes 30 seconds, but Barry is useless, so we are not doing that. So, cool stuff. That was also a really cool trick. It's a lot closer than you think. You have to jump, like, the last few frames there to make that jump, so that was really good. But it saves a lot of time. And yeah, we actually, this level, if you couldn't tell, it mimics 1-1 and 1-2 from the original Super Mario Brothers. So there's a lot of cool references. We actually just went to like the pipe, the warp pipe room, and we were able to get to the end of the level. So something that's different with this route, before we would get an extra shell shock to fight Bowser with here. However, we're not going to have a shell shock. We're going to be fighting Bowser with Boomer, and I'm actually excited to see this myself because I haven't seen too many Boomer fights with Bowser, so I'm excited to see the fast strat for killing Bowser. It's a little slower than shell shock, but since we got the HP plus and everything else, it's much more worth it to just not get an extra shell shock. Okay. So there's a bunch of damage boosting in this fight, I'd imagine. Okay, that's a really good strat. So he actually takes body damage to use his invincibility frames. Oh, that's unfortunate. Sometimes Bowser likes to jump. That's a really good fight. Okay, that was like just about, maybe like a few seconds slower than a shell shock. That was really good. If he had gotten that that one last hit there, it's a little riskier, but the way Zach played it was absolutely perfect. So Bowser's fire does double damage to Mario, but if you run into Bowser's body, it'll only do like 1 damage. So it's actually, if you just use invincibility frames, you can actually combo Bowser with Boomer. So that's a really cool strat. I'm glad that Zach was able to show that off. And it's much better because we wouldn't have to get an extra 20 coins in early game. Because sometimes if you get bad coin RNG, that can take a while. And plus there's a shell shock cutscene. It's definitely faster to do this method, so that's really cool. And yeah, by the way, Bowser's here. We're actually going to add him to our team. So we're going to be able to play as Bowser now. We have 3 main characters. Just to talk about the characters for a little bit, Mario obviously can flip into 3D. Peach can float with her parasol as well as duck for some invincibility, but Peach can't flip. Bowser can breathe fire, and I think that's it. And Bowser's fire is definitely useful. Probably the characters that we're going to be using the most in this run are Bowser and Mario. Bowser's really good for a lot of boss fights, so cool stuff. This is 3-2. This is actually the first water level of the game. Not too many runners like 3-2, but I think it's okay. There's definitely a lot of annoying enemies, and it's definitely a slower level movement-wise, so yeah, Bowser is definitely really slow. That's probably the only drawback to him, but for boss fights, they're mostly in an enclosed area, so his double damage will just combo the boss really fast. But you're not really going to see Bowser when it comes to like regular standard movement. So Zach's flipping in 3D here. There's a little secret crevice that we can go into, get a few coins. And he's actually going to pick up this gold bar. In the old route, we used to sell the gold bar. PTL strat, if you're talking about HP plus, then yeah, it was already used. Unless I am mistaking that for something else. But yeah, so the gold bar, it used to be one of the items we sold, but now that we have the HP plus, we don't need to. And on top of that, we're actually going to be using the gold bar for a trick in 5-4, which saves a lot of time. Oh, the blooper strat. I haven't even seen it, so that's really cool. I'm excited to see that. That's a really... yeah, okay, that's a really good room for... Sometimes that room can take forever, depending on which way the enemies float towards, but that's a pretty decent room. Okay, I'm interested to see the blooper strat coming up here. Also, this is Thudley. This is our 3rd pixel that we get in the game. Thudley's going to be used quite a while. or not quite a while. He's going to be used quite a lot. Thudley's one of the most useful pixels in this run, and I'll talk about why here. Basically, Thudley has this property where we actually saw the ground pound itself. It's not your typical ground pound. Well, it kind of is. But you basically stop in midair, but there's a feature with Thudley where you can actually cancel your ground pound in midair. And by doing this, if you cancel your ground pound, and then you press A, 4 frames later, you can actually flip in midair at any point in the game. This allows us to gain infinite height or get across infinite gaps at any moment's notice, like however you want. So, Thudley's gonna be used a lot. That's all I'm gonna say. We'll get to Thudley jumping here in the next level, but for the rest of 3-2 here, he's mainly just gonna be used to hit these switches or these pillars. That's a nice strat. I don't know if it's a 1 frame, but that's really cool. Slim, yeah, Slim is also broken. We've actually found a lot of out-of-bounds clips with Slim. Slim was originally thought to be pretty useless, but actually there's a lot of uses of Slim now, which is kind of cool. Yeah, Thudley jumping takes a while, for sure. Okay, I'm actually interested to see this strat, but yeah, what I was saying is Thudley jumping takes like it takes a lot of practice. It took me quite a while to get decent at Thudley jumping. Oh, it buffers from the ground. Okay, that's cool. I didn't even know that. So you just hold 1 and up left. It's really neat. I'm actually happy that I'm able to watch this because I feel like I'm learning a lot about any percent as I go. So it's pretty fun. Dottie's the most useful. Yeah, you're probably right there. Oh my god. Okay, I guess that works. I guess you can just hold down and hit his tentacle. Oh my god, you hit it twice? Oh wait, no. Never mind, you didn't. I think I'm going crazy. Okay, so this looks like the normal fight. Oh, it's RNG and you missed it. Okay, I see. So you can get a hit in there. Will the cutscene still play? If you fall out of bounds there, or will the cutscene just skip? Oh dang, that's really unfortunate then. Okay, so Zach just tried for a strat. Nice ground pound there. But Zach tried for a strat to try to get a early hit on the blooper. Oh, you're not supposed to fall out of bounds? Oh, I got you. Yeah, that sucks, but oh well. But that's really cool. I didn't even know that was a thing, so. Alright, we're in 3-3 now, and here's where things start to pick up. I obviously mentioned the infinite jump with Thudley. That's going to be used quite a few times here in this level. We used to actually have to complete the entire inside, but there was a relatively new trick found called Tree Skip. It's actually not new, it's quite old. It's been a while, but 2 really good Thudley jumps from Zach there, that's really good. That's a really nice outside. Oh, that's a sick... That was not sick, never mind. Okay. Okay, that was really unfortunate. Oh no, okay, he's fine. That would have been actually like the cleanest outside I've ever seen in this game. But unfortunately that Koopa just had to be very, very mean. That can happen sometimes, but you basically get the gist of it, of how that is supposed to work. That makes me sad. But yeah, we just breathe fire on this door, and it, you know, for whatever reason, it doesn't burn down the whole tree, but it just burns the door away, so. Oh my gosh. This place gives me tree TSD. That might be the best comment of the night. Okay, so here is tree skip. Well, Zach's about to do it here. So normally we have to climb this this entire level, like the entire inside of the tree, and hit that blue switch that's below us. Instead, we're actually going to clip out of bounds with Slim. We're going to grab this Daisy, switch to Slim, flip to Bowser, flip and Slim, and then... Oh, okay, okay. Alright, he's got it, he's fine. Alright, he's gonna flip to Mario, and he's got it. Alright, so basically, there's a lot that went on there, but you basically run into that wall with Bowser and Slim, and then you get hit by the Daisy's projectile, and then after the Daisy runs into you, you're fully clipped out of bounds. All you have to do is just switch to Mario and jump to the level below you. So that is a really neat strat. Alright, and right when we get to this outside, we're actually not at the end of the level yet, but we just, we run into Dementio, and he's actually going to make us fight him, so... We are... I believe the strat here is to switch to Bowser? Okay. Oh, that's a really good strat. Okay, so Zach stayed as Mario, and used Bowser's invincibility frames. Oh my god, Zach is so leveled up. A 2-shot. That is nuts. Okay, that is crazy. Oh my gosh. You double hit. Yeah, it looked like you double hit on that first one. Because you, like, I know you switched to Bowser and used some invincibility frames. Someone clip that if you can. I don't know if it's too late. You should be able to clip that. I'm interested to see... Okay, that's a good duck there. Basically, the rest of this level is just maneuvering through the outside and jumping on a red wind. No! Oh my god. Okay, come on. That's annoying. Oh, and now it's just not gonna spawn. Oh, there we go. Wow, that's actually a fast one. Not bad. Yeah, if that was like a double hit, that's actually like a really good strat then, because that saved a lot of... No, Zach, no! Let's see, I was gonna say that saved a lot of time. Oh, that's unfortunate. That actually might have been able to gold. That's really unfortunate, but oh well. Definitely have to look into that. Okay. So that is 3-3. Done with that level, thankfully. And we're gonna go on to 3-4 here, which is Francis's castle. Francis, the absolute best enemy in this game. Totally well written. So, he's basically the one that stole Tippy from us at the very beginning of 3-1. So we're here to get Tippy back and find the pure heart, hopefully. There's some really weird dialogue here. There's weird dialogue all throughout this level. I definitely recommend playing this casually and just giving it a read through. It'll give you a good laugh. Okay, so the castle is locked from the outside. We're just gonna, instead of using throw, we're actually just gonna jump with Bowser, and that works. It's a really cool strat. And now that we have the key, we can go to the inside. So, there's going to be a door on the right here, but instead of going into that one, we're going to flip and go into the pipe that's hidden behind this door. Now, the reason for this is because there is a special pixel that we need to get right behind that door. Across this gap here, we need to get Carry. Carry will allow us to basically move a little faster in general, but also walk on spikes, make it easier to jump on spiked enemies, and a bunch of different other enemies. Very, very useful pixel. we're going to need carry throughout all of 3-4. I would like to mention that there is actually a skip called Carry Skip, where you can actually skip this room as a whole, just opt to not get carry. The only unfortunate thing with that is that you would have to do like 7, 8 Thudley jumps. Well, actually, no, more like 15 Thudley jumps in a very, very, very small gap. You'd have to basically do it twice, like 6 or 7 there, and then 6 or 7 on the way back is what I'm thinking. But it's really not worth going for because it only saves like a small. I mean, it would save like some amount of time, but it's not worth it when you have to do that many Thudley jumps, and it's very easy to fail. So it's just a cool thing to mention. There's 2 doors here that are attached to the ceiling. We're just going to use Thudley to get them down. And we're actually going to go into the second one. Yeah, 1 hour in a run, too. It's definitely not ideal to go for at all. So it's much easier to just get carry. Plus, you save a lot of time with movement. 12 seconds, yeah, okay, it's definitely not worth going for them. So this strat's pretty cool. We actually just use carry and Bowser. I don't even know what the intended way of doing that is, but it's the fastest way. Just 8 seconds alone for tasks. That's pretty funny, actually. Yeah, it's coming up here in the future. Or, well, in a few minutes is what I meant to say, but we'll see the spike gap, and you'll see, like, the ceiling's way too low to actually realistically do that many Thudley jumps. It has, I would like to mention, it has been done by a few runners before. So it is possible, it's just really not worth going for. So, these bots here, you have to answer true to any question that you're asked, and then you have to put in a specific passcode. The passcode for the left door is 2828, and the other door that we're going to go into on the right is 2323. I think I've talked about this before, but there's a thing in this game called double inputs that can happen. It basically happens where like 2 D-pad inputs are inputted on the same frame. I honestly have no idea how it even works, or, you know, what the basis behind it is, but I've definitely seen it happen to a lot of people, and it can, it's definitely happened to people in that specific cutscene. So, it can, basically if you put the incorrect passcode in, you'll be sent to, the bottom layer, back to where we found carry, so it would be a long backtrack. But, yeah, this is the room we'd have to do carry skip for. Like I said, not worth it at all. Oh yeah, Teddy, I recommend going back and clipping that Dimentio fight if you can in 3-3. Oh, you did? Okay, cool. Thank you. Alright, Zach's all good. Did someone clip it? Yeah, if you did, post it in the Discord. I would like to take the time to mention a few things. We have the SPM Discord for SPM speedrunning. If you want to learn anything about this game, go there. If you want to start running this game, I definitely recommend going to that Discord. We also have an SPM community Discord for this channel itself, this Twitch channel. All the events that are hosted here are hosted through this Discord right here. So, so cool stuff. I'm actually gonna move this. So right now Zach is just backtracking to the Francis. Alright, so we basically got 2 keys by doing that. Oh, the Discord link's invalid? Here, let me get the new one. That's my apologies. invites. Okay, let me just copy it from this. Alright. That's actually the new one, I'm pretty sure. I think that works. Unless it doesn't. It should, though. I'd imagine it would. Okay, it worked. Cool. So yeah, that's our SPM community Discord. Everything that goes on in this channel will be announced there. I highly recommend joining that. You can also follow us on Twitter. Here. And our YouTube is here. We should have the highlight reel from the tournament coming out pretty soon. So I'm excited for that. Also, this is the this is the dating simulator. I didn't talk much about this, but basically when you enter this room, you need to enter as Peach, and Francis will immediately fall in love and boot up his dating simulator. So, and then Peach completely blows up his laptop, and he goes, "No, my graphics card." So, unfortunately, we piss Francis off pretty bad. And then we finally see Tippy, and that starts the fight. So, Francis's fight will actually be using an ice storm on this fight. It's a little faster than what we used to do. We used to get a stopwatch in 2-2. However, with the new route, we can buy an ice storm from the Flipside shop. So, we're just going to stand in the corner as Bowser here. And wait for him to spawn in that corner. Oh, thank you, Teddy. And then we use the Ice Storm. That should work. Perfect. Oh, Teddy, if you could put it in the clips channel, that'd be awesome. Because I want to check that out later. For both Discords. Alright, cool. So that fight is pretty sick. Really nice fight. Zach is, like, incredibly leveled up. This is going to help him a lot. Especially for 4-4, which I'll talk about later. Okay, so yeah. That's Chapter 3. We get Tippy back. And, as for the Pure Heart, it just sort of, that happens. I don't even understand it to this day, but I guess Tippy had the Pure Heart the whole time. So that's really cool. Alright, thank you, Teddy. Oh wow, yeah, you're right. Even the 5-2 grind. So you really are leveled up. Wow. So yeah, like I said, 4-4, the Brobot fight is going to go by a lot faster. Because for Brobot, normally you have to at least be 60k. However, Zach is literally at like almost 120k, I'm pretty sure. So he's actually going to do more damage than usual. And he's actually going to be able to hit Brobot immediately, which is, that saves a lot of time, so that's really neat. This is the pre-Chapter 4 cutscene. It's actually a little long, there's like 2 parts to it, which I'll get to. But, yeah, as the game progresses, we sort of see more and more cutscenes from Count Bleck's castle, and we sort of realize that Dementio has this evil plan going on. We don't really see what it is till the end of the game, though. Yeah, I don't know what it was. I'll have to look. Because I know he used, like, the iframes. A triple hit? Okay, I'm interested to... Hang on, I'm pulling it up on my phone and watching it. I gotta see this. So yeah, this Chapter 4, pre-Chapter 4 cutscene, not that much to it. It's a little easier now that we have carry. Yeah, we move a little faster in the overworld. So that's pretty neat. Alright, I'm gonna take a look at this. Zach's basically gonna go to the Pure Heart Pillar. Alright, let's see this. Oh my god, wait. Hang on, was that? That was either a double or a triple hit. I can't really tell. It might have just been a double hit from what I saw. I think he did the Thudley damage, 12, and then you did 6 damage, and then you did 12 again on that last hit, and I think that adds up to Dimentio's health. Cool stuff. Nice try, double input. Oh wow, I'd have to watch that again on a full screen because I was only on my phone. If he got 3 hits there, that's actually crazy. You're normally only supposed to do like 1 hit at a time. You don't do a bunch of damage on Dimentio until like well, actually, it's possible to do it in that fight. Oh, I have to refresh Zach's stream here real quick. Apologies for that. Alright, we're good. So, we basically have everything. We put the Pure Heart in the pillar. We're going into 4-1 here. But we're quickly gonna realize... He has 30 HP, yeah, 12, 12, 6... 24 plus 6, yeah, that's 30. Alright, cool. Yeah. So that works. That's still really cool, though. You can literally just combo Dimentio, if you have as much attack power as Zach has right now. That Slow Flower is so worth it. Like, regardless if it loses time in 1-1, it's still, like, really, really worth it. Oh yeah, so we enter 4-1, and we realize we're in space, and we can't breathe. Even though we can breathe underwater, we can't breathe in space for some reason. Don't question it. It's fine. Paper Mario logic. But we're basically going to have to go to Merlin and tell him, hey man, we're in space. I don't know what to do. And he'll basically recommend us to go to this kid that's actually on this level right now, but for whatever reason he doesn't have what we need until we talk to Merlin, so it's pretty cool. Just a little quick side quest that we have to do here. I'll explain it as we go. Yeah, Pit's a whole different situation because I don't know, it's Pit's a bit of a faster category. Alright, so basically Merlin's telling us that this kid on the first floor, flip side, has this fish bowl that we can use as a helmet. And then when we go up there, we realize he still has his fish living in there, but we have to set the fish free somewhere. Oh, third? I forgot what I said, honestly. Oh, the third floor, yeah. I thought it was the first. But no, you're right, yeah. Nice 2-button. Cool stuff. Alright, so we basically have the fish bowl, and now we have to go to the lower level of Flipside, I'm pretty sure is what it's called. Because this is the first floor. So, oh no, it's just the basement, I'm pretty sure, that's what it's called. And then, here's the body of water, we can just dump the fish in here. And there we go, we have our helmet. So we can go back into Chapter 4. And a pretty neat thing to note about that fish, you can actually go to this point in post-game, and you'll see that the fish grew up and had a bunch of fish children. It's a really neat touch. But yeah, that's pre-Chapter 4, so 2 parts to it, but regardless, we're on our way, and we're going to space. So, 4-1, I'll be real, this is probably like the shortest level in the game when it comes to content. There is not much here at all. We just zip through this place. It might not be the fastest because we're in space, but there is really not... We're only going to have like one important cutscene here, and it's just to get this guy right here, which is Squirps. He's going to pop out of this ship real quick. So Squirps is just this alien guy that lives in the space. So he basically wants to go on our journey with us, and we'll carry him around where we go. He's pretty useful because you can use him to shoot fireballs at enemies as you go, because you can't really jump on anything here. So it's a pretty neat touch. So that's really cool. So for 4-1, it's really just knowing where to go. There is a little small movement trick that I'll be talking about. So basically, every time you go into this portal, you're going to be on carry, because carry is faster to move around in space. It just increases your speed a little bit. But if you press 1 on the same frame that you enter the portal, you can actually skip the cutscene where you get off of carry, and it saves like a second or half a second each time you do that. It's pretty cool. It's a little difficult, but we'll see if Zach can pull any off here. He actually leveled up to 120. That's actually another attack level up, right? Or no, that's a HP level up. Was it? No, that's an attack. Okay, so yeah, Zach is really stacked right now, essentially, is what I'm saying. Yeah, it's attack. For some reason I thought 90 was the attack, but that's actually the HP, so... Wow. He's on really good level pace right now. Alright. So Zach is just going through the portals that he needs to in chronological order. There's a few that he purposely goes by. He's actually going to go backwards in this room. This is essentially the entire level. It's just figuring out how to get to the... Oh, he got the one frame. Nice. Cool stuff. So that was the carry skip. As you saw, the animation for jumping off of carry didn't play. So it's really neat to pull off. Like I said, it's a one frame. But it's definitely worth going for, because even if you miss it, it's not going to lose you much time at all. In 3-3. I assume that's with a bunch of the grinds, but I'm not shocked. Alright, so that's 4-1, really. Now, this next level, like Zach said, I'm actually like this level has grown on me throughout the years. I really used to dislike it, but after practicing it for a while, there's some really cool movement here. And I'd imagine with the new route, it's even better. So this is 4-2. We have a really, like, big jump boost because we're in space, but we're not floating around with squirps, and the movement is a lot. It's more fun this way. So, the premise of this level is that Squirps has to go to the bathroom, and the bathroom is literally right at the start here. We're just gonna run by it because we can't open it. There's someone in there that needs toilet paper, so we have to go fetch the toilet paper. That's the premise of this entire level. It's pretty neat. Okay, so Zach's actually using Bowser here. That's a really good strat. I'd imagine he's gonna stay as Bowser. Or no, he's gonna flip to Mario. Mario and Slim. Yeah, okay, so this next room here, we're gonna have to use Slim. It's kind of like a weird place that we need to use Slim, but you know, it works. It's whatever. Yeah, essentially. It is. Squirps has to go to the bathroom. That's why we're doing all of this. Yeah, this level has a lot of neat stuff to it. Zach actually got a fast flower, and that's really cool movement. Oh, so yeah, we're going all the way to the end here, and basically there will be this old guy that will sell us I believe it's called an ancient roll, which is a pretty funny name, if I must say. But he'll sell us that. Initially, he's asking for 1,000 coins. If we say no, he'll offer for 100. If we say no again, he'll just give it to us for 10 coins. Oh, the ancient clue, okay. Yeah, I forget the name for a lot of these items. But here's the thing, that last text box, if you don't say no, if you accidentally say yes by any means, you're gonna have to buy it off him for 100 coins. So hopefully... Okay, yeah, Zach's good. So he said no twice, and he got it for 10. Good stuff. Yeah, there's actually a bunch of coins in this level. I don't know if he would have, if there would have been enough to move on. He probably would have had to... That would have really been unfortunate. Do you do a Bowser bump here? In this level? Because that's pretty cool, if you do. Ugh. This fuzzy's being really annoying. They do that sometimes. Oh, wow. Okay, so yeah, we basically just head back to the very beginning of the level, and, perfect. Oh, you can Bowser bump over that wall. That's really cool. I didn't even know that. That's gotta be a weird Bowser bump, because you're in space. Oh my gosh. But it does actually save 5 seconds. That's pretty cool. So yeah, we give this person the ancient clue, and Scorps just straight up kicks them out. Turns out it's a pixel. This is Fleep. The premise of Fleep is to you can basically use Fleep to flip any object on the screen, like an enemy. You can kind of dizzy them out a little bit. It's not too useful, except for just completing puzzles, which you'll see here. There'll be like little crystals that you see all over for the rest of the run, like all over the place. And you just use Fleep, and it'll drop a key, or, open a switch. There's a bunch of different things it'll do, so. Other than that, we're not going to be using Fleep too much. But that is the end of this level, pretty much. We just get the key and move on. Alright, so now we are moving on to 4-3. This level has changed a lot with the new route. So we used to get a decent amount of items here, but we're actually only going to get one. And it's right at the beginning here. We're just going to get a shooting star. The shooting star will be used in 7-2 for the Underchomp fight. So Zach will pick it up right here. And the other items that we used to get, like a ghost shroom. At one point you could have got the catch card SP. We're just gonna skip all of that. It saves a decent amount of time thanks to the HP plus that we got. So that's really cool. So we're gonna use Fleep on this X. We're actually gonna stay as Fleep going through this door because we're gonna see another one. And yeah, we have to basically squish Squirps into this little hole, and it opens the door. So then we go through, and we're going to see another door that spawns here. The only difference is there's going to be 2 Squirp holes, so we're not really gonna know what to do. But due to prior knowledge, we're actually not gonna put Squirps in yet. We're not gonna activate that cutscene because Squirps is very useful to have in the next few rooms to clear out a bunch of blocks. So, and plus it's just faster in general, I'm pretty sure, than activating that cutscene now. It's just fast to do it all together. So, that ghost room is right below Zach, but we're just going to skip by it like we mentioned earlier. And then at the end of this next hallway here, there is a shop which sells 3 Choco Bars. And basically that's what Squirps is going to need to split into 2. And one's pretty cheap, I think it's just 10 coins. Yeah, there we go. You can get the one for 100 coins, but they all do the same thing, so it's best to just get the cheapest one. Nice one frame. I'm interested to hear about that afterwards. I'll actually write that down so I remember to ask you. Oh god. Okay. Alright. So like I said, we put Squirps in the portal. He's going to ask for an item, but you want to make sure that you give him the correct item. It's really easy now because we don't have to buffer an input, since the last item we got was the chocolate bar. But in certain cases, in really, really old routes, you would get the catch card SP after the choco bar, so you would have to buffer an input down. The only bad thing is that if you were to get like a double input, whatever item you select, if it's not a choco bar, Squirps will literally just throw it away. So if we gave him like, if Zach accidentally gave him the HP plus, Squirps would just toss it out. So it would really suck. You have to watch out for that. But thankfully in this route it's free. It's no big deal. Alright, yep, fun level time. So this is 4-4. We are not in space for this one, but this is basically the woe zone. Pretty crazy level. There's a lot of flipping around. We're going to be going in a bunch of different directions here. It's really cool. Everyone spam your woes in the chat. But yeah, I think this is the first instance of seeing doors in 3D. Maybe. I could be wrong there, but... a lot of this level is just finding the key, and then going in the door. But there's a lot of cool things that happen in between, so... Yeah, it's quite an interesting level. So... We actually saw one right below Zach. Yeah, this pig rhythm, so... He's going to be killing a lot of those because they drop lots of coins. And, because we just spent 20 coins in the last 2 levels, we need to get up a little bit. I believe we only need 44 for this route now. Unless Zach... I mean, he could grind for more and get an extra Mighty Tonic if he really wanted to. But I think he's just going to opt not to. Yeah, he's just going to... Oh, you only need 40. Okay, wow. This route is really free. I didn't even think about it. This HP plus route is way better. Okay. So yeah, he's just gonna run by these pig rhythms. And as you can see, we're on like we're climbing the sides of walls, we're climbing ceilings. There's a cool strat with Peach here. If you time that jump right and get off of carry, you can actually keep your momentum from carry, and basically like it's a pretty fast jump with Peach there, so it's pretty cool. There's also those little buttons right there which flip your gravity upside down or to the side. We'll see quite a few. So we'll be using those a lot. Yeah, this is quite a crazy level. This room right here, this is actually the room that we need to be in. The key for that door is literally what we're getting, like, right above it. But unfortunately, there's no way to actually get to that door. I think, I messed around with it in Dolphin a while back, and I tried to, like, I think I could land on the key lock itself, like, while upside down. It was really cool, but I wasn't able to open the door, and I don't think we'll be able to. If we were, though, it would save a solid minute, because there's a decent amount of backtracking here. But that would be pretty cool if we were to somehow figured that out. Alright, some more gravity switches. We're basically just finding our way to the door. Or, well, we actually already went through, I'm pretty sure. So, we activate that one with Tippy. We go through, and... okay, this is the room. We can actually... so, he doesn't get good luck there, unfortunately. But, if that... I forget what enemy they're called, but if that enemy was to be in the right spot, you could actually hit that switch twice, which saves a decent amount of time. I actually haven't seen that task video. I'll have to look in the Discord after and watch it. I don't know what channel it is, but I'll find it. A hooligan, thank you. So yeah, that hooligan is in the right, or the hooligan is in the right position. You can jump off of it after flipping and hit the switch again. And that only saves time on the first way around. As you'll see, we'll have to do it again. Or actually, does it? No, I think it only saves... what? I don't even know. I don't know which way it saves time. I know there's one way that saves time, the other one doesn't. Okay, cool. Alright, so we are now at the end of the level. If you remember, at the very beginning, Squirps just kind of ran off. And right here, we're finally going to catch up to him. And we are going to meet the boss of Chapter 4. Which is it's a very original boss. It's probably everyone's fan favorite from this game. I know Nintendo worked some long hours trying to come up with this character, so show it some love. This is Mr. L. But yeah, his movement pattern, he kind of just jumps around. He can heal himself. He's really easy, actually, this fight. Okay, yeah, you can see he literally uses shroom shakes whenever he wants. But, where's Luigi? I don't know. I think he's still in Count Bleck's castle. I'm not sure where Luigi is, but it doesn't really matter. So, you know, Mr. L, he has this robot. He's gonna jump in and send us into space here. So we're gonna have to fight him. So this is the part where I was talking about Zach's gonna save a lot of time. Normally, in the old routes, at least like the runs that I've done in the past, when you get to this point, you can't even hit Robot until you get that power-up, but Zach can actually hit him at the beginning, and now he does 2 damage, and he's just gonna... this fight's gonna be over in like 15 seconds, maybe. Unless he gets some bad luck. Oh no, he's done, yeah. So that's really cool. He literally does double damage to the boss, which saves 20 seconds, I believe. Oh yeah, Space Jam. I'm trying to remember. So a really long time ago. They're still on my SoundCloud actually. But I made a bunch of like garbage mashup songs from this game. I'll have to find the link. But I made it like 4 years ago when I started running the game, and they're still up there to this day. Let me see if I can grab a link for it. Okay. So yeah, that's chapter 4. And then moving on, this next cutscene is going to be a little longer. There's some important stuff that happens, so I'll talk about that. Alright, I actually have the link for it. Let me put it in the chat. It's pretty... I don't know how to describe it. Some good memes. An entire album. There's like 12 songs on there. Of just SPM mashups. Yeah, I got you. It's cool. I post that in the and I get a lot of good reactions out of people. Oh my gosh. Alright, so a couple things to talk about with pre-chapter 5. There's a lot of stuff that's going to be going on here. We're actually going to be going to a new area. We've been in Flipside this entire part of the game, but we're going to unlock a new side of Flipside called Flopside. Very creative, very original. Super paper clown. Yeah, I don't know why I called it that. But, so we're going to be going to Flopside because there's no pure heart pillars left in Flipside, so we're going to be going to Flopside, which is a complete mirror of Flipside. You know, like I said, very creative and original. So that's neat. Oh yeah, also, Tippy has a heart attack. She's fine, don't worry about it. So, we're basically without Tippy for this, this whole portion. Oh yeah, that's my that's my SoundCloud account. I call it Little John, and I found a picture of John Tron from high school. That's my profile picture. Alright. So, to get the flip side, or excuse me, to get the flop side, we're gonna have to go to the end of this room, and there's a little crack in the wall. We can use Boomer to blow it up and get through, and then Zach is gonna switch to Fleep and spawn a switch, hit the switch, and go down this corridor. So this is the mirror hallway. It was originally thought that we had to hit all the blocks just once, but you can actually just hit that. You hit like the light blue, green, yellow, and orange. So you only have to hit 4 blocks. None of us really know how it works, but it just does. Even like in the official game guides, it tells you have to just hit each block once and that's it. And I think wherever you find out how to do it in the game, like the person that tells you just says, yeah, hit every block once. But for whatever reason, you can only hit, like, you can do it by only hitting 4, which actually saves a small amount of time, so it's a pretty neat thing to note. Alright, so Zach is going to be going into the shop here and doing all of the shop work. Brute Force by Moha. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. So he's going to be selling the HP Plus for 400 coins. And I don't believe he's going to be selling anything else. Yeah, he's just going to be buying 1 Mighty Tonic. Which is... Or no, he's going to be buying 2. Yeah, he's going to be buying 2 because he needs 300 coins left over. So... that strat's really good. I mean, that's really good, the fact you can still buy 2 Mighty Tonics from that shop. So, this is Norlem, by the way. It's basically Flopside's Merlin, so that's cool. But the reason Zach still has 300 coins is actually, at the very end of this hallway, there's going to be a guy that will build a blue pipe back to flipside, it basically allows you to just enter that pipe and go straight to flopside or straight to flipside, wherever, you know, wherever you are. But getting that saves so much time from backtracking, because we're gonna have to go to flopside for every pure heart pillar for the rest of the game. So you can imagine how much time that saves. Quite a decent amount. Also, a lot of people call him a meatball. Yeah, the Super Dementio tonic back in the route is really cool. So there's going to be 3 tonics that are used at the end of the game. We picked the 3rd one up in 5-2. Use 1 on the 8-3 Dementio, and then 2 on the final boss fight. That's pretty cool. And then since Flopside is a complete mirror of Flipside, we actually put the Chapter 5 Pure Heart Pillar in the same location where the Chapter 1 Pure Heart Pillar was, so it's pretty cool. Yeah, second half is starting soon. Still no sign of Flash. Quite a liar. Very unfortunate. I don't know how long he's gonna be. I don't mind. I'm just glad he was able to take over for me for like 20 minutes. Dude, I'm proud of myself for making this layout. Flash showing up in the chat, spamming Kappa, about to get banned from the Restreamer. Oh gosh. Another gold. Wow, Zach is popping off right now. That was a really solid segment, though, yeah. Alright, so we're now entering 5-1. Also, we got Tippy back, recovered from her heart attack. Nice to see. Only 2 minutes behind. Wow. That's literally... I think that's literally the time that you would have back with Green Bridge Skip, right? Just about. This is a really good run, then. Just, like, the only major mistake I can think of is, like, the tree, like, the outside of the tree, and a few other things. Just 3-3 in general, that's really it. Everything else has really been clean. Oh yeah, so we're in the land of Crag right now. Everyone spam your Cragly Hose in the chat. So, these are Kragnons, and they basically are like barbaric cavemen. And we agree to help them here at the beginning, even though they take Mario. They're basically under attack by the Florosapiens, and there's a big, like, war going on right now, so we have to fix it. The first 2 levels are in the Craglands, and the second 2 levels, or the next 2 levels, rather, are in the Florosapien Caves, so... I actually like the layout of Chapter 5. Or at least, like... the story behind it. I definitely understand why people, or some people, might not like it too much, but I enjoy it. And also, by the end of this, or by 5-4, we're gonna see a really new, really fast, brand new trick. Not totally brand new, but new to this channel. Okay. So 5-1 actually goes by pretty fast. We're just chasing these Florosapiens that kidnapped the Crag people. These blocks right here, you just have to hit left, right, middle, and it opens a pipe. And then in this next room, there's another block puzzle that we have to solve. You know, it's very, very long, but so instead of solving it, Zach is just gonna do like 4 or 5 Thudley jumps to get over the wall. And it saves about 15 seconds. Oh wow, I'm actually interested to see what this gets then. So yeah, this is block puzzle skip, using more Thudley jumps to get over this wall. We'll have to do like 1 or 2 more here. Okay, nice. That was good. Switches to carry, and he can just jump to the end of the level. Good stuff. So this is 5-2. The very beginning of this level is going to be a point grind. It's very important for the rest of the game. Yeah, Zach saved intentionally in case he fails this, which is a good choice because if you fail this, you're going to want to redo it. This basically sets up your level for the rest of the run. Because Zach got pretty over-leveled at the very beginning, but... Oh yeah, he's going to reset. That kind of sucks. That's unfortunate. I think that piranha plant just attacked him. But yeah, you basically want to get this whole grind correctly because it sets you up for the rest of the run. We're very under-leveled, especially for Chapter 8. We wouldn't be able to defeat bosses fast. So, we're going to get a bunch of level here from the grind. It's all good because he saved, so we're good to go. He just enters the level again. That's pretty unfortunate. But yeah, for level grinding, I don't even know if I mentioned this, but it's essential to continuously... the way you get the most points is by continuously, like, jumping on enemies and not touching the ground. So that's the whole premise behind this grind. Okay, he's got it. Nice. He's gonna want to not pick up that item there. He should be... Okay, no, he's fine. Yeah, those item drops can be really annoying. All poison enemies in this game just automatically drop items, so those poison piranhas can be very, very irritating. He's also jumping on 2 coconuts at once. He basically manipulated... Well, not much of a manipulation, they kind of do it on their own, but he just gets them to do this and grind a bunch of coconuts. He's actually already where he needs to be. He's just going to do a few more jumps, I believe around 7, and he's just going to head off. So that was a really good grind. You want to get to 200k there, which he did pretty fast, but you obviously may have noticed he did like 7 extra jumps. It's actually... I don't use this term too often, but it's actually a big brain strat. Because if he does just 7 more jumps there, he'll actually get to 300k before Count Bleck and Super Dimentio, which saves a decent amount of time. I did call them coconuts, dude. I have to... I don't know, dude. Maybe I'll never leave Coconut Gang, even if they are rocks. They'll always be coconuts in my heart. All right. So the rest of 5-2, you're basically there's 3 tablets that we need to get. The stone, water, and fire tablet. We actually got the first tablet right after the grind. I believe that was the water one. We got the fire one here. And now we're going to head over to find the stone one. But basically, at the very, very top of this level, there's a place to put all 3 tablets, and it spawns in the next pixel that we're going to get in the run. And this is the Mighty Tonic that Zach is going to pick up. So that is the 3rd one, and I believe that's like the last... It might be like the last item that's going to be collected in the run, intentionally at least. I'm pretty sure. Okay. So right here, before we get to the stone tablet, O'Chunks is actually going to drop down, and he wants a rematch. So, there's a really weird cutscene here with Dimentio just showing up. Basically what's happening here is Dimentio is asking you know, asking Ochunks if he wants any help, and then Dimentio insists that they fight here in this green room. So that happens. So, kind of weird, but it basically sets up the fight in 5-4, which we'll get to in a little bit. Okay, so that fight's pretty easy. So that's that. And since Ochunk's defeated, he's gonna leave, and then he's gonna scheme with Dimentio to set up a fight in 5-4. After this, Zach is going to switch to Mario, flip in 3D, and he's gonna walk around this Yoshi pillar to get the stone tablet. So shoutouts to the only Yoshi in the game coming up here. There he is. There's actually a manipulation with TAS, like, or at least that TAS can do, where you can literally just move a few pixels in front of the that pillar there, and you can immediately spawn the tablet, and that saves like a couple seconds. But nobody's actually figured it out for RTA yet, I don't think. I don't know if there would be a consistent strat. He's gonna scheme with Dimentio. So yeah, Zach's gonna be heading up this pillar here. Very tough movement, but he's got it. He's gonna flip and put the items in order. He's actually gonna flip back. I think that's a little faster, so that's pretty cool. And that spawns our next pixel, which is Kudge. Kudge is basically Mario's hammer. It's as simple as that. But something cool with Kudge is that he will basically ask you to tell him something, so Zach's just gonna scream at him, and he'll repeat it in the air. So, that's pretty neat. Alright, and then we jump down and break this yellow block. And yeah, that's the only way you can break yellow blocks in this game is with Kudge. And now we are going to 5-3, which is the Floro-Sapien Caverns. Alright, so a little bit about 5-3, we're going to run into the the producer of a show for Crackdowns, I think. It's like a news reporter here. But he'll basically say that 2 of his crew members are lost in this cave, and we need to go find them and retrieve them for him because one of them has the key to get through this door that we're about to see. So we have to do that. So 5-3 is actually a pretty neat level for a lot of runners, because this is like, the cutscenes in this level are the longest in the game. So if you ever need like a break to do anything, or like use the bathroom or something like that, like this level is the only time to do it. So it's pretty cool. But there's basically 2 minecart cutscenes here. Actually a total of 4. But this one that Zach is about to do here is the longest of all of them. So he'll basically be going through this minecart cutscene, and then he'll find a camera crew member, and he'll be on his way back. So I'm actually going to take a quick break as well to rest my voice, and I will be back in like 3 minutes. Alright. So Zach is on the second minecart cutscene. This one's unique because you have to flip to go to the correct way. If you stay in 2D, it'll just take you to that pipe that we just saw, and that's the incorrect way. So Zach's actually going to flip there. And he will find the second member of the crew, and since we found both of them, we can just head back to the executive producer guy. So this level, as you can notice, is pretty long. There's quite a lot to do, and yeah, it does give you some good breaks. And yeah, that's mostly it. Other than that, it's kind of a build level. But the next level, however, is going to showcase a pretty big skip, so you won't want to miss that. Yeah, 8 minutes. 4 of those minutes, you're stuck in minecarts. So yeah, we go back up here, and we're gonna go back to the very first room of the game. And yeah, that's the trick that's gonna be shown off in the next level, Dottie Skip. So, Dottie Skip's really cool. We're basically skipping getting the Pixel Dottie in 5-4. 5-4 has a lot of history around it that is developed just this year alone. Many people in the Discord have been working in 5-4 to figure out how to make scanner skip possible. So scanner skip is the scanner that's in 5-4. You can access it almost immediately as soon as you enter the level. But as we know, or well, as we had known prior to this year happening, there was no way to get past it because the cutscene extended through the walls. There was a bunch of stuff that went into it, but a lot of people in the Discord, anyone that has the Glitch Hunter role did a lot for helping find that trick. Also, what's pretty funny is that that first dude had the key the whole time, so we did all that backtracking for him for nothing, so that's pretty cool. And we're just going to use Peach and Carry, that same speed strat, to just hop over this entire gap here, so that's pretty cool. But more on scanner skip. So anyone that has a Glitch Hunter role did a lot of really important work in making that trick happen. That trick would not be possible without like John, a bunch of other people like Roblox, a bunch of people in the Discord. I can't remember all their names, but there's a lot of people who did a lot of work to find scanner skip, but it was eventually found to be possible in TAS. So it technically can happen with a life shroom. I don't know if it's a life shroom jump, but it's just dying in midair, like on a specific spot. It's really cool. John has a video of it somewhere. It's in the Discoveries archived. But yeah, so it's possible in TAS, but it's not possible RTA currently. At least no one's done it yet. And yeah, that's really that. But John also did find Dottie Skip, which is possible. Extremely not RTA viable. That's good to know. I didn't know if it was or not, but I mean, I figured it wasn't, so. The trick is not RTA viable, but it will be used in TAS, which is going to save a lot of time, so that's cool. So this is 5-4. Normally we would have to spend like 2 minutes trying to get Dottie, but instead, we're actually just going to go off to the left. Yeah, it would be like a one shot. If you miss it, the run's over, and that's definitely not worth it. Okay, so this is Dottie skip. Basically, I'm gonna switch to Slim, flip in 3D, throw this gold bar at the very edge here. Move back, switch to Bowser. Immediately use Slim, jump at the wall while being left, and flip or turn to the left and pause on the same exact frame, and you'll clip into the wall, and you can just switch to Mario and use throw to get the key card. So I did my best to explain that, but essentially it was originally found you can do it with a shell shock by clipping out of bounds, but you can actually do it without one now. So which is even better because a shell shock would take a little longer to get. It's mostly consistent. There's some times that you can miss it, but doing that strategy will work most of the time. Alright, so this is O-Chunks, but it's actually not O-Chunks. Basically, Dimencio gave him this, ooh, that's unfortunate. Okay, he's got it. But he basically gave him this, this Fluorosapien thing put on his head, and it becomes O-Cabbage. And he's really fast. It's crazy, but still defeatable. So Chunks is just gonna up and leave, and we're actually gonna take this Fluorosapien hat and just wear it, and now we're actually able to go through the scanner. Yeah, Dimencio essentially just gave him steroids and he went ballistic. So yeah, that skips that whole Dottie skip skips going down, hitting a switch, entering a pipe. I'm trying to think of the route. Like entering the pipe, entering another pipe, getting a key, going back up, going through the door, talking to Dottie, going all the way over. It saves around 2 minutes. So John took 2 hours to task it. Yeah, we'll see if it gets anywhere in the future, but I doubt it. It'll be RTA anytime soon. It's just crazy that it was actually found, or that it's actually possible. So yeah, this is the scanner room, and since we have that Fluoro Sprout on our head, we can actually just get through it pretty easily. Alright, so in this hallway, sort of a new, kind of new strat here is to stay at Studley. And he's basically going to hit these switches until they match up with the color of the paintings behind him. That's a really cool strat, landing on that block to jump back up. But before we would switch to Boomer and do a lot of other things. Missed the Thudley jump there, that's unfortunate, but it's no big deal. Gets up and switches that to white block. There's some really cool movement here. We're going to skip the blue one because that switch is already blue. We'll go to the red one and we just have to hit it once. So that's pretty easy. Yeah, it's a pretty cool room. And now we are going to the final boss of this level, which is King Crocus. So King Crocus kind of has like 2 phases, but it's not even going to matter because this fight is going to be over in like 5 seconds. So, Bowser and Thudley on this fight is insane. So you'll kind of see the strategy that Zach takes here. This first phase, King Crocus kind of has these 3 little like minions, and one of them will fall to the ground at a time. But you can jump and land on them, and then you can hold your fire, hit King Crocus once, and then do a Thudley jump. Nice, that was really close, but you got it. So it does double damage, and then do one more Thudley jump, and the fight's over. So King Crocus has 50 health, and you can basically do 10 damage with the fire. Thudley jump, or that first Thudley jump will do 20, and then once the second phase starts, it's really easy to get that last Thudley jump. So really good fight. Really pretty easy boss. We're very over-leveled. Or well, it's not even that we're over-leveled, it's just for whatever reason the boss fights in this game, especially as it gets to late game, they are not too challenging at all if you know what you're doing. Like as a kid, I remember this fight took me forever because I didn't know what to do, but, you know, as a speedrunner now, you can just end the fight in like 5 seconds. Pretty cool. And that is that. We have the 6th Pure Heart, actually. So that's cool. And we actually have all the pixels that we're going to get in the game. So we have Thoreau, Boomer, Slim, Thudley, Carrie, Fleep, Cudge, and Dottie. And those are the required pixels that we're going to be getting for the any % run. It's not all the pixels that we can get. We can actually get 3 more. We can get Barry, Piccolo, and Dashel. Dashel you get by completing the Pit of 100 Trials. Dashel allows you to run really fast. Pretty useful. And then... I'm trying to think. Piccolo is like a side quest. Barry, like I said, is in Chapter 3. You just enter 3-1 again and you can get Barry. But Barry's useless, so we're not going to. So yeah, this is Merlin cutscene skip that's going to happen here. Normally if you go to that second floor of Flipside, excuse me, a cutscene with Merlin will commence, and it'll also activate another cutscene with Norlem after you put the Pure Heart in the pillar. But you can actually Thudley jump over this wall in Flipside here. And by doing this, and it's like 6 or 7 Thudley jumps, you can actually get out of bounds behind the wall, and you could fall all the way down to that second floor. And that will not trigger the cutscene because you haven't loaded the room. But it's still, I mean, everything from the room is still loaded below us, but the cutscene's only active when you go down the elevator or you enter the room normally through the elevators. So instead, Zach's going to do a few Thudley jumps here. And he will clip out of bounds on the left side of the wall in 3D, which he's got. He's going to ground pound all the way down, cancel his ground pound, and he is there. So he skipped the cutscene. Really good stuff. And he's just going to go through the pipe. That actually saves like 25 seconds. It's definitely worth going for. I've learned that over the years. I've always been hesitant to go for it whenever I did runs, but it's definitely worth it. There's no doubt in my mind. So, and like I said, it also skips a cutscene here after we put the Pure Heart in the pillar. So, the next area we're going to in Flopside, we're just going to break this block with Cudge, and we're going to be going to basically the same location where the Chapter 2 Pure Heart pillar would be. It's just flipping 3D in this room, but instead it's the Chapter 6 Pure Heart pillar. And instead of using Dottie here, we can actually just hold up left. And just like that, you can get across this gap. Really sick jump from Zach right there. That is definitely not easy. Or it's kind of like a blind jump, but Zach is definitely practiced enough where he can get that. So, Most runners there just flip back into 2D. Gamer jump. Alright, so that's that, and normally the cutscene would start right after this one here, but it's not going to happen, so we can just go back to the Flipside Tower and go into Chapter 6. So, Chapter 6 is quite an interesting level, or quite an interesting chapter, I should say. So, Chapter 6 is Sammer Kingdom. Actually, the background on our layout is from Sammer Kingdom, so that's pretty cool. You'll actually see this as we go through some of the levels here, I'm pretty sure. I think. I forget what room this background's from. But it's pretty cool. So Sammer Kingdom is basically running the Samurai Challenge, where there's 100 Samurais that you have to defeat. And we're going to be told early on that if we defeat every single Samurai, you know, even all 100 of them, we will get the Pure Heart as a prize. So, you know, initially it seems that that's what we're gonna, that's just what we're gonna have to do. We're gonna have to fight 100 Samurais, but unfortunately, only a little ways through the fights, we are stopped by a pretty important event, which I will talk about as we go. So yeah, here's the first fight right here. I'll talk about the Samurais a little bit after this, but we'll basically watch this first fight. So, it starts off, Zach's actually just going to switch to Bowser and use Bowser carry this whole fight. So, pretty good stuff. So that's King Sammer, and this is the cutscene where he's going to tell us that we have to defeat the 100 Samurais to get the Pure Heart. So, for Samurais, there's only a few different colors that we'll be seeing, because we'll only be doing 20 rounds of Samurai fights. But some of the colors that we'll be seeing is green. Green's the easiest because he only walks on the ground, and that's it. You just jump on him. The blue Samurais have a RNG chance of jumping in midair. You kind of have to react to what they do. In rooms 10 and 20, basically every 10 rooms, there's a very big Samurai. It's really easy. You just hold down with Bowser. And then there's a few others. There's a tiny one that goes really fast. There's some that have spikes on their heads, so you have to find other ways to kill them, like with fire, or, you know, you could use other pixels, but but yeah, most runners are just gonna, the fastest way is to use Bowser and carry. There's some really cool strats where you can hit the Samurais without taking any damage. So these are the blue ones. They have a chance of jumping, like I said. This guy definitely didn't. So you saw Zach did a full jump right there to kind of react to what the Samurai did. And since he didn't jump, he could just hold right and land on him. Some of them, I mean, as you go on, there's some that do more damage than others. But, like I said, we won't be completing all of them because after room 20, we're going to see the void back there just consume this entire world, and they have to, like, cancel the fight and just allow us to pass through because they realize, oh yeah, you just need to save the world at this point. So we'll see how that works out. But after you beat the game, you can actually go back here and do all 100 fights. And you can get a bunch of catch cards by completing it. So that's pretty neat. So this is actually a pretty chill portion of the run. All the experienced runners really just kind of zone out at this point. There's really only one thing that they would have to focus on. Sometimes ninjas can spawn here and they can screw a few things up. They've definitely done that to multiple runners, but yeah, it's no big deal. So, but something cool I do whenever I commentate these runs when we're in Chapter 6 is I ask chat if they have any questions about the run or any questions about the stream in general, like anything that the commentators can answer. I'm assuming you guys, most of you guys here know a decent amount about the game, so I mean, if you guys have any questions, I'll answer them, you know, as long as they're stream appropriate. But if not, no worries. So Zach's actually zipping through these fights. He's actually already on 9. So like I said, this 10th one that's coming up here, we are just gonna hold down with Bowser. Turtle guy, I'm assuming you're talking about Bowser. If you're talking about the one that Zach is playing as right now, yes, that is Bowser. Do I want to hear a joke about construction? I'm not sure. But, sure. Oh, thank you, Romani. I appreciate that. I do my best to sort of explain everything, because a lot of the viewers here have experience with playing the game and know a lot, but I still understand that there's a lot of people that are just sort of watching for their first time and definitely want to learn more about the run, so that's kind of the stuff we do on this channel. We do a bunch of tournaments for this game. We actually have a Pit of 100 Trials tournament. And right now we're currently doing showcases. This is our any % showcase by ZachLink99. And we're going to have another one coming up soon, probably in about a month. I won't say what it is yet. But yeah, I really appreciate that. I'm glad the commentaries are pretty good. It's solo commentary is not too, I mean, I've done it before, so it's really not too difficult, but... Who held the world record most frequently? That's a good question. I don't know. Zach and Castle both have this back and forth thing that they do where they'll have like a week where they each steal the record from each other like 8 times, and then they'll go silent for like 2 months. So it's really crazy. But yeah, Game Rob probably held it for the longest amount of time. Most frequently, like the most amount of times, I feel like it's either Zach or Castle got it back quite a few times. But yeah, Game Rob had that record for like a long time before either Mirror or Dead beat it. I can't remember. The most amount of records. Okay. Sorry, I'm still working on it. Thank you, Teddy, for the joke. Thank you. Thank you. Smiley face. Thank you, Teddy, for good joke. Construction, it's funny! Okay, that's enough. Oh, a neat little story about these guys right here. Basically, rounds 15 through 17, there's 3 blue Sammer guys, and they're all brothers, and they hype each other up. And the first one's like, "Oh, you can defeat me, but you won't defeat my brothers." And then the second one is like, "You can defeat both of us, but our next brother's the strongest." And then you beat the last one, and they all have a really wholesome moment saying, "It's okay, we're really good." I always love that. And then there's this one. He's really fast. I think you just do a full jump on this one. Oh no, a small jump. Okay. Getting really serious about the game. I would say... I mean, I wouldn't say that it wasn't serious before Zach and Castle. I mean, I could go on a whole spiel about the history of this game's speedrunning, but I joined in like 2015 or 16, and I really was not good at all until like 2018 or 2017, I forget. But I was here for a while, and I saw like the old version of the community where the only people that really did runs were, you know, Game Rob had just finished once I started, and then Mirror and I'm Dead did world record attempts, and that was about it. And then after that, I believe, I mean, there were other people that streamed the game, but just talking about world record in general, Almo eventually came back, I think, and around that time, Flash started running the game, and he did a lot of research and made an 80% tutorial, and that got a lot of people interested in the game. So it really, like, I'm still adamant about it. I know if you ever ask Flash, he'll always tell you that 80% guide is outdated, but that's actually what got me back into running the game. And it got a lot of people into running the game, so... basically, that video series really boosted the game's community initially, and it just took off from there. Because before that point, like, nobody really told each other anything. The community was kind of disorganized, if I'm honest. It was very tiny, so nothing really needed to be organized, but once Flash came along, and there were a few other people, like, I came back, Almo started running the game again, a few other people. So I'm just trying to think back at who ran the game. And then eventually Zach Castle came along, Yoshi came along, that happened, and just it took off completely. It was kind of crazy. I'd say Flash definitely did a lot for the game initially, and since then Yoshi completely destroyed the record, and then for a little while Yoshi, Castle, and Zach all fought for the record, and now it's mostly Zach and Castle. And we have a few up-and-coming runners. No, Teddy, you're mostly responsible for the pit percent history. You completely changed that category, that's for sure. Yeah, I can see it. Yoshi's definitely, like, I know he's really busy with school and stuff like that. And he's mostly focused on Thousand Year Door is what I meant to say. Oh, this is Mimi. You fight Mimi for literally like 2 seconds. That happens, so... Oh, this is 6-2, I forgot to... Oh, what's happening to the stream? So yeah, 6-1 was the first 25 fights, and the last 5 just kind of led us through after that Count Bleck cutscene, and then we had the Mimi cutscene at the very beginning. Yeah, Teddy, nobody said you were bad, please. God. Oh yeah, so this is the really important part of the game. The void gets so large here that it completely consumes Samur Kingdom. And Tippy actually teleports us back to Flipside at the last second. So, after the whole level gets destroyed, the only option we have, because the pure heart's still in there, we have to go back in and try to find it. So we'll see what we find on the other side of this door, you know. The lively Sammer Kingdom that we once saw. We'll see what happened to it. And there it is. The beautiful Sammer Kingdom is a complete blank space of just ruins. Everything here got destroyed. This is really like a neat part of the game that they added in. Yeah, this place looks very lively and exciting. Filled with joy. So yeah, we just hold right here, and that's it. Don't know if we'll find anything, but we just hold right. Zach says, I love holding right, don't you guys? Yeah, I do. Holding right is like one of my favorite things to do in this game. Zach's one-hand typing. Doesn't use spaces. No you. So yeah, we're still going to the right. This is really the situation that we're dealt with here. But yeah, Zach is gonna switch to Thudley because there is a cutscene here. We do actually find the pure heart. It's all just like dusted up. And then Mr. L comes back and he steals it from us. So we're gonna have to fight his new and improved robot, L-Type, I think is what it's called. So he's really excited to show this one off. You know, again, Mr. L, a fan favorite from this game. A really creative new idea that Nintendo implemented into this game. So here it is. The robot L-Type is a little different. We're actually going to use invincibility frames. Just running into him and then spamming Thudley will do a lot of damage to him, and there it is. That's the fight. So it's actually important to do that really fast, like right at the beginning, or else he'll start like flying all over the place, and it's really difficult to defeat that defeat that boss if that happens. So it's important to just kill him early, and we do. And we also got a level up too, so that's pretty good. So we get the pure heart, even though it's all dusted up. We don't really know what to do with it. We'll figure it out. I should, yeah, so that level up, if you remember, at the end of the grind in 5-2, Zach did a couple extra jumps. I think it was like 7, but he basically times it, or literally plans it out where he will level up right before going into 7-1, because when you get to 7-1, there is basically like a fountain of youth, and since we're leveled up, you know, basically if you jump in it, it will heal you to max health, but since we're all the way leveled up, we won't, like, it won't give us any animation, and the animation takes like 3 seconds, so we can just go right through it really fast, and that's why I called it like big brain strats, because not only do you level up again for the Count Bleck fight to make that ending faster, but you also level up right before 7-1 that we're about to go into and save like 2 seconds. So it's definitely worth it. It's really crazy how Zach timed that out, but it's impressive to me. So yeah, The next thing we're going to do here is we're actually just going to go straight to Merlin's house. Talk to him for a little bit. And we're going to have a really important event come up here. So that is, we'll see how this goes. I laughed. I laughed, Manta. Alright, so in this cutscene here, the Menchio is going to spawn in, and he's basically going to teleport the 3 characters out of the house and split everyone up once again. So we don't know where to at this point, but he kind of just pops in and does this out of nowhere. So it's kind of crazy, and everyone's just gone. And remember, Mario still had the pure heart with him. So after this, we're going to be taking the view of Mario for a little bit, see where he went. And he basically went to this place called the Underwear. Very funny. Very funny game design right there. But essentially what this place is we're actually in Chapter 7. We don't know it yet until we come back, but this is 7-1, the level. We're gonna do a lot of stuff here, but we just don't know it yet. So this is Love Bee. We don't really know much about Love Bee yet. Just that she's very mean. Zach's gonna do this strat where he jumps at a very specific point and he can make that jump. Pretty cool. So, this guy right here, you could talk to him and take this boat ride across the river twigs, but it's a very slow cutscene, so it's not worth doing. It's just easier to jump through. But in this next room, we're going to see Queen Jades. And that's when we'll sort of progress through the rest of this level. I agree, Manta. ZachLink99 is very good at this game. That's... Oh, what happened to his stream? Hang on. Hang on, I'll get it back. Okay, there we go. Alright, so basically, Queen Jades is taking the pure heart from us, and she will fix it up for us, make it an actual pure heart again. And she's basically asking us to find Love Bee for her, which we can't really get to Love Bee right now, because it's at a very high up level that we can't actually access yet. But she did give us this key to the room down here, and we're going to be performing a trick, or Zach is rather. Zach's going to be performing a trick called Water Switch Skip. So normally, there's a whole water switch puzzle that takes a very long time to complete. We're going to be skipping all of that with some out-of-bounds clips. He got the first one, which is really good. Nice. So that's a clip out of bounds. Basically, if you're falling down at the corner of a wall while in 3D and you take damage, you'll actually just clip through the wall in general. This was actually found on accident by Flash during his 100%, or was it his 100% run? I think it was. Or it was something else, but he just found it like on accident, and he was able to get to this door, and the whole reaction was just crazy. It was really funny. So, see his splits at? Yeah, actually, after the run, I'll put him up on stream. I'll do that. So, here, we just randomly find Luigi, who is terrified. We finally see him again after all this time. I mean, it's been since, like, the pre-Chapter 3 cutscene. We haven't seen this guy at all. We just don't know where he went, but it turns out he's just been here the whole time. So, there he is, and he joins our party, so he can play as Luigi now. And this is the last character we'll be getting in the game. Luigi has a spring jump. If you hold the down button, he can reach a very high point, which is exactly what we need. And yeah, so another important thing to note, I think I said this already, but I'll make sure again. We basically got completely split up when Dementio voided everyone pretty much. Also, nice first try water switch skip for Zach. Really good stuff. That is not easy to do, but Zach is very practiced in this specific trick, and he has his own setups for this. So yeah, we don't have access to Bowser and Peach right now, as well as our entire pixels, because we could, you know, we could technically just Thudley jump if we had Thudley, but we don't, so that's why we need Luigi. We're gonna do like a cool 3D movement strat here. Switch to Mario, flip in 3D, get on the right edge of this pipe, run and jump, and we'll make it up. And that actually saves a decent amount of time. You would normally have to go to the very left of the room, get up, and then maneuver along edges in 3D. It's a good time save. It's cool stuff. So we found Lovebeat, and we don't, like, well, we know her name, obviously, and it's just the first option, so when she asked what her name is, she's surprised, kind of angry, and then she goes back to Queen Jadis, who is her mother, apparently. So we're gonna go back to Queen Jadis, like I said, and we'll be done with the return split. So that's actually what the split is called. It's called return, because we return back to Flipside after this. So it's pretty neat. And like I said, this is actually 7-1. We don't typically find out casually until we enter 7-1 again. But it's pretty neat. And our next goal is just to find where Bowser and Peach are, so we'll have to see how that goes. Yeah, that was a decent segment. Alright, so they are back in Flipside. Oh, I didn't even see that you accidentally saved. So yeah, we basically introduced Luigi to Merlin and Tippy, and we get back on our way. So we're getting up to the portion of the run where things start getting really, really intense. So Zach's actually just on his way to putting this Pure Heart in the Pillar to open Chapter 7 for us. So, pretty cool stuff. Alright, good news. We are having our second commentator, NmFlash, join us here in about 5 minutes, so exciting stuff. He's back. The man, the myth, the legend. Yeah, definitely. I'll have you hop in VC with me, and then I will throw your splits on screen, and you can talk about them. Because this is a really neat run. Like this is really decent. A little neat thing that you might have saw Zach do this here, but he actually got off of carry before jumping. Carry's max jump height is actually lower than Luigi's just by walking. Luigi just has a really, really high jump, so he can just straight up jump over that cliff. But if he's on carry, for whatever reason, he doesn't have that jump height. So it's a pretty neat trick to take note of. Whoops. What happened? Ah! Don't do that. Okay. 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 Internet's fun. Oh no, Zach, did your stream go down? Because I can't progress. It shouldn't be on my end. My internet's looking fine. Oh no, hang on, I'm gonna refresh. Not again. Alright, we'll see. Hang on, it might have been on my end. Let me see. No, I think it was. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. Alright. So apologies for that. Zach will get his stream back up in just a moment. Just keep doing your run, Zach. Do what you normally do during the pit runs. Sometimes this happens. It's all in nature. I hope everyone's doing well. I hope everyone's enjoying the stream. Hope everything is good with everyone. I'm glad we were able to continue this. Let me see if it'll work now. Let me refresh it again. Oh, no, it just says offline. Well, we'll be waiting here a minute while his stream gets back up. It shouldn't be too long. So, apologies for that, but it's no big deal. So we're all good. Basically, the next level that Zach was going into was 7-1, which was the exact place we were going into. Oh, okay, it's back. That we were just at. I have to refresh the page again. Whoopsies. Properties, refresh. And just give it some time. There's another network error. I have to refresh the stupid page again. I love Twitch. Cool stuff. Come on. Oh no, it's offline. Dang. Wait, no, it says he's live. What? Hang on. Watch now. Huh? Oh, there it is. Okay, 7-2, here we are. Okay, we're back. Just pretend that you saw 7-1. We're back up. Also, welcome, Flash. Welcome back.
Oh, I forgot to unmute. Hello, hello.
Oh wait, why can I not? Wait, speak again?
2, 3.
Oh, okay, yeah, you're good. All right, my headphones I think are just dead. I don't know why.
Gotcha. Yeah, sorry I'm late.
Oh, you're all
was
good.
watching a wedding online and their grandparents got lost, so it got postponed for a while.
Oh, that's unfortunate. All right, well we're back, kind of.
How's the run been going so far?
Zach's been on a pretty good run. There's only been a few mistakes. 3-3 there were a bunch, and then in 5-2 he messed up the grind once. But outside of that, everything has been really clean. Just waiting for his net to get back with us. Currently in 7-2.
It's nice.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like he's having a couple hiccups with his internet.
It should be back here soon. It kind of does this sometimes. We're watching the game at 1 frame per 2 seconds.
Quiz show, slideshow simulator.
Welcome back, Teddy. I'll try to refresh this again, see if it works. I don't know if it's really helping or not. Okay, so this room that he's in, I know you can't really see it too well, but this is actually, we find Bowser again, and we're actually going to fight him again because he's mad at us for no reason, again. So, this is actually the point where we use our Shell Shock in the run. This Bowser, since we're leveled up all the way, he does a lot of damage, so it's best to just use the Shell Shock and try to not take any damage. You can actually get really comboed by this fight, especially if you level up a lot. And it looks like, yeah, he looks like he's done with the fight already.
Yeah, this fight can be very RNG heavy, and it really stinks. Because, like, sometimes he'll just jump at you over and over and over again, and it's just really frustrating because you can lose a lot of time. And you can potentially even die.
Yeah. Alright, we're back at full speed here, so that's good. I'm gonna be back. I'll be back for 7-3. I'm just gonna take a quick break and let you take over.
Sounds good. You deserve it. Alright. So, I guess everything that to cover in 7-2, it's basically like a huge fetch quest / redo this part simulator. Zach's going up these stairs, or yeah, he'll be going up these stairs basically, where just like I believe 47 of these stairs, and he does this twice in this level, because he's gonna go all the way to the very end of the level. And he needs a key, and to get that key, he's got to get some lady's cookbook or diet book or something like that for her, which is conveniently at the very beginning of the level. Oh man. Also, these quiz shows can be a major pain in the butt. This one specifically is the most annoying, if you ask me. You have to get all 4 or 5, I don't even remember, of their answers correct, and if you get them wrong, you have to take the quiz again. This one in particular, you won't know if you got one right or wrong until the very end. I mean, as the runners, you know if you accidentally did one wrong, but it just really stinks if you accidentally get like a double input. You have to wait for the entire cutscene to go over, and then you have to reload it again, and you lose like about 1 minute and 15 seconds. It's pretty brutal. 5 out of 5. Yeah, thank you, Teddy. But yeah, a lot of the questions aren't too hard. But this one, I believe this one was the third option, second option, and then first, and he'll let you through. Now, I don't know if Zach is going to do it, but there's actually a really cool strat that you can do with Tippy. It is technically a little slower, so I don't know if he'll do it, but it is a really funny / flashy trick where in the very last room, you can flip with Mario and point at the third door guy from the very beginning of the level. And then Mario just completely skips the whole level, and he just walks straight to the very end. It's pretty funny. But that is the very end of the level. So now he got the diet book. He's gonna have to just redo this whole section to give it back to that lady. And then you'll actually see that last room a third time at the very end of the run. You'll see what I'm talking about when we get there in Chapter 8. So for this room, going up these stairs, it can be a little difficult sometimes. The visual cue that most runners use is the second dry bones that's on the right side. it's 7 stairs after him. So basically you count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then you're at the very top. Pretty nice. Oh yeah, Zach hasn't practiced it. I haven't practiced it either. I don't think I've actually ever done it before. It's a pretty funny strat, and it would be I guess something I should practice myself. So if I ever got in a run or something, I could show it off. It'd be kind of funny. But basically, to give you like a rundown, he would be skipping this whole room right here. It's technically slower though, but it is funny regardless. I'm sure somebody could show you a clip on the Discord. Quick little plug if you want to join the SPM Discord and see all the other cool little strats that we can do. You can join our Discord. Do we have a name? There we go. Nice. Thanks, JCR. Appreciate that. But yeah, you can join our Discord. We have lots of really fun / cool flashy tricks that you can ask, and I'm sure many of the runners would be happy to show you. Also, under Chomp, super easy fight. We got that shooting star in chapter 4-3, and it just one-shots all the under Chomp. Gotta love it. You can also put them to sleep with Piccolo, but that's a little useless if you can just one-shot them. It's one of Piccolo's only uses, unfortunately.
That's true. Alrighty, well, here we are. The moment we've all been waiting for. 7-3, everybody's favorite level. This is the first part of the over there. There's basically the underwear and the over there. They're kind of meant to represent heaven and hell in a way, so it's quite interesting. But regardless, this is 7-3. There's a lot of movement in here, but most importantly, we're going to be doing the famous trick known as Peach Skip, which obviously we've seen Thudley jumping all throughout the run. Seen many uses of it. You know, at max we might have done like 6 or 7 in a row. Well, now we're gonna have to do probably a total of 50 to complete Peach Skip. So there are a lot of Thudley jumps involved here. But we will, if Zach does it in a relative amount of time, which I'm pretty sure he will, he'll save a decent chunk of time.
For sure. That trick it's been around for a very long time, and it's easily one of the most notable tricks next to Restreamer jump in Super Paper Mario. This is one of those tricks that people who've never even heard of speedrunning Super Paper Mario know how difficult it is.
Yeah, it's kind of infamous in a way, and rightfully
Exactly.
so.
Yeah.
So, this is a neat trick. I think Zach found this strat, but you can actually take that cloud there, and that actually saves time. There used to be an old way that you would go up that platform. There's been a lot of optimizations in every level from Chapter 7 to Chapter 8. Yeah, it's been kind of crazy how many reroutes have happened with all 8 of those levels in those chapters, so it's kind of crazy. We see our first use of Thudley jumping here. Since we don't have Peach, we have to get across this gap. I guess I should explain what you're meant to do in this level is that there's a bunch of apples on trees, and they're a bunch of different colors. You're supposed to get a black apple and wake Peach up, and then at the very top, we're gonna get to this sort of tower, and there's gonna be a cloud called Cyrus, I think is his name. And and you're meant to give him a red apple to make him grow really, really large. Because if you were to give that apple to Peach, she would grow to an insane size. So you basically get 2 apples in this level to complete the level. It takes a little while. But instead of doing either of those things, we're going to completely skip Peach, and we're going to completely skip Cyrus. And we are just going to Thudley jump to the very top. That's a really cool strat. I literally didn't even know that that Luigi jump was even possible, so that's really cool.
Oh, nice.
This, I think Zach has a level up, or well, he used to have a level up strat here with the old route, but now it's perfectly fine. Okay.
Yeah, Zach has done very well with points.
He has. Alright, so this is it. Coming up here, Zach's gonna get to the top of this tower with a Luigi jump or two, and he's gonna switch to Mario and just immediately start Thudley jumping. So, normally Cyrus would just shoot us over all of this, but instead we're gonna have to Thudley jump up to each specific cloud that we pass by. There's certain different levels that we can get to that are kind of serve as a platform we can stand on to just get a break from Thudley jumping for like a slight second. So they're pretty useful. So you don't just Thudley jump in midair for forever. I mean, it's not too bad, but it's still really bad. It's a lot of Thudley jumps in one sitting. So
Nice little checkpoint. I mean, even if we didn't have the checkpoints, I know runners would still do this, but oh man, it's sure nice to have those checkpoints just as a little safety cushion.
Definitely. Alright, so he gets to the first cloud, and this is the only cloud where you can actually use Luigi twice to skip a few Thudley jumps, so that's definitely a little faster. It's a good use of Luigi there, but unfortunately, there's no other clouds like that, so we're going to be using Thudley a lot for the rest of this level, so...
Yep, crazy.
So, as Zach continues with Thudley jumps here, the next platform should be on his right in 2D here. You should see it in this next one. He's kind of got a rhythm, but I never really fully explained Thudley jumping besides just the basic explanation. No, Zach, no! Oh no, he jumped back down to another platform. That's unfortunate. He didn't mean to do that. I think he just meant to press 1, but it didn't input for no reason. So that's really unfortunate. But he's back there already. So, but obviously I explained how Thudley jumping worked. The 1 frame on 4 frames after you cancel it. But Thudley jumping can be like repeated very fast if you get a rhythm for it, or like a muscle memory. I feel like that's how most runners get it consistently. It's very tough to get it the first time, but as soon as you like learn whatever audio cue or visual cue that you use, or just it'll become muscle memory to you of like when to hit the buttons on the controller. So at least that's how I learned it in a way. And Zach's actually on a pretty good roll here.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, I would definitely say that nailing the muscle memory is like one of the most important things that you can do for getting really good at this game, because Thudley jumps are a huge part of this game, as you can see. Saves quite a bit of time, and there's a lot of them, which is scary.
Yeah.
But yeah, like we keep saying, every single one of these jumps is frame perfect, and so every time he nails one, that's another frame perfect jump. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's really insane. Peach skip is definitely like the pinnacle of Thudley jumping. I don't think there will ever be a trick that requires more Thudley jumps than this, and it's not easy for new runners at all. Even like, I remember when I started running, I did peach skip attempts on my very first run, and many would call me pretty dumb for doing that. I'd call myself pretty dumb for doing that, but it did get me better at Thudley jumping early on, which helped me later on when I started competing for good times. So, anyways, Zach unfortunately having some rough Thudley jumps, but hopefully he can get in a groove here. It looks like he has. Kind of. Yeah, it's really just about sort of getting in a groove and just repeating the same button presses over and over again. Because if you miss a few, a really important thing about Thudley jumping that most people overlook is how to save Thudley jumps. That's something that a decent amount of new runners don't really understand until they had a lot of experience. Yeah, I figured you meant to press 1. I don't know why that input got eaten or whatever it was. That really sucks. Oh well. At least the level is done, so GG on completing Peach Skip, Zach.
GG.
And this is actually the first Peach Skip that has ever been shown off on this channel.
Hey.
Pretty cool.
I'd say that for most of the things Zach's doing.
Yeah. Yeah, everything past 2-2, basically.
Yep. First Francis fight.
Alright, so 7-4. Wouldn't you guess it, more Thudley jumps.
I love them.
Yeah, it's really fun. So this is the second part of the Over There. And we sort of catch up to Loveby at this point. She follows us around for the level. So right here there is a I don't actually know what species these are called.
They're Skellobits, I believe.
I meant the person that they were surrounding.
Yeah, I don't know what they're called.
Yeah, I have no idea. But those were 2 Skellobits just surrounding that person, and they gave us a key for defeating him. That's the only reason we go in that room ever. But it is a cool room because we are going to we're gonna do Rainbow Bridge Skip, and after doing that, you actually can't go into that room after doing Rainbow Bridge Skip. So it's a pretty neat little bit of information.
So I guess just like a disclaimer, if any of you try this trick on your casual save files, don't, because there will be parts of your game that will not load afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
So, fun fact about this trick that he's coming up to. So, Zach's doing elevator skip right now, which saves about 30 or so seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a little more, maybe a little less, I don't know. But Rainbow Bridge Skip is single-handedly the biggest time save in the entire run. It saves around 6 to 7 minutes, and it's only about 4 to 5 Thudley jumps, which is remarkably less than Peach Skip.
Yeah, it's crazy. This was like I remember when Thudley jumps were first sort of discovered or implemented into running the game. I can remember a few old Game Rob streams of him attempting to practice Rainbow Bridge Skip. In fact, I think his record video, I think the beginning of that VOD actually has him practicing Rainbow Bridge Skip before doing a run. And it seemed so like terrifying at the time because, you know, people couldn't do too many Thudley jumps at that point. But eventually it's been implemented into every single run. Like, even for new runners, we highly recommend doing this trick because it saves literally 7 minutes.
Yeah. You might as well just do glitchless if you're not going to do Rainbow Bridge Skip.
That's true. Also, that is correct. NIMBYs, that's what they're called.
I had no idea.
Yeah, it sounded familiar to me, but I literally forgot, so. But yeah, Rainbow Bridge Skip basically skipped us having to backtrack and find 3 orbs to place and create the Rainbow Bridge to get across, but just Thudley jumping skipped all of that, and now we are at the end of the level, and we're going into the boss fight, Chapter 7 here. Zach's gonna show off the meme door, let's go. Really cool, really cool entrance there.
Gotta love it.
Always nice to see that in a run, but this next boss fight here, this is actually Loveby's dad, but this next boss fight is Bone Chill. So, Bone Chill is a very difficult boss, probably one of the toughest bosses in this game that this game has to offer. This is a very tough point for speedrunners. I've seen a lot of runs die here, unfortunately. So, hopefully Zach can get past this real quick.
Yeah, make sure you guys pay close attention. This is really stressful.
Yeah, this is a very, very difficult fight here. And it's over. Okay, great job, Zach.
Whew, good job, Zach.
Really nice fight there.
We believed in you.
I don't know how he did it. I did not believe in him one bit. I'll be honest.
Whew. Man, that was close.
Good stuff. Okay, but actually, jokes aside, that's the easiest boss fight in this game.
Yeah, for sure.
You can boot up a 7.4 save file. Literally every single one of you in this chat could boot up a 7.4 save file and do that exact strat that Zach did. It is that easy, I'm willing to bet. So, or you could literally just use Luigi. And either way works.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's funny how the developers made such a tall enemy and such a low roof. All you literally have to do is abuse like invincibility frames with Bowser and just warp straight up to his head and boom, he's dead.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Something interesting to note about this room. I think this and the Fractal room are actually decreased in size in 2D, and then if you were to flip in 3D, they're normal size. Like, you can notice it when you're doing the fight, but Mario and Bowser are both like smaller than usual, like to increase the screen size. But if you flip in 3D, it's like any other normal 3D room, so it's kind of like disproportionate in size. It's kind of interesting.
That's really cool. I have no idea.
Mm-hmm. And yet, they made the room still too small, somehow. Oh yeah, Loveby dies. Whoops.
Ah, shoot. By the way.
Oh well. Yeah, I know, like, that's definitely happened to me too a few times, Zach. I figured that happened to you. At least that's what I initially thought it was. It just sometimes, like, I don't know if it's just my finger, like, being in the wrong spot, but sometimes I feel like I'm literally spamming one and it just will not ground pound for whatever reason. It's kind of weird. But at least you were able to land back on that cloud, thankfully. And yeah, that is Chapter 7. That was actually the longest cutscene in the game, I'm pretty sure, besides the minecarts.
Oh yeah, for sure. This is when your thumb starts to go numb from button mashing so much. You're just mashing through all these cutscenes. You're like, okay, I'm at the very end of the run.
Yeah.
Help me out here.
It definitely gets to be pretty tough. So, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so we're heading to Chapter 8 now. Chapter 8 is a lot different than the other chapters. The door to enter is actually going to be in flopside, which is pretty neat. So, instead of return piping, we're actually just going to stay in flopside.
Nice little touch they added to the game.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, here's the first look at all 4 heroes, as they're called. So, really intense moments, but we're going into Chapter 8.
Yeah, also, fun fact, you might notice that there's Peach with us. She's going to be with us during all of the cutscenes, but if Zach were to open up the menu and like switch to a character, which he'll do a few times, so if you keep an eye out for that, you'll notice he won't have Peach. But after you complete 8-1, for some odd reason, you're given Peach, which is really interesting. It's almost as if the developers wanted you to have Peach, even though you don't even need her for 8-2, you just are given her during the boss fight.
Yeah, so it's pretty neat. I didn't hear if you said this, but you actually have to do an extra Thudley jump or 2 in 8-1, since we don't have Peach.
Oh, yeah. I remember watching some of Mirror's streams, and every time he would jump over the gap the first time, he'd always say, that's the second hardest part about Peach Skip. And then on the way back, he'd say, and that's the first hardest part about Peach Skip.
Oh, gosh. Alright, so yeah, instead of using the return pipe, we'll just take the elevator up. And then we are ready to go to Count Castle, finally. So, there's going to be a lot of things to talk about in each level. There's a lot more towards the end. 8-1 is kind of as simplistic as you could get, but there's a lot of new stuff that we're going to see.
For sure. I love Chapter 8. This is kind of like the final stretch of the speedrun. Before it was like, there's like, oh my gosh, so much time left in the run. Like, it was like one of the longest chapters. It took like an entire hour. But they keep finding newer and newer strats, and Chapter 8 just keeps getting smaller and smaller. It's really fun to see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely, like, I really love watching Zach and Castle play this game. Just to watch their Chapter 7s and Chapter 8. It's just actually insane. Like, especially for Zach with his 8-3, he completely, like, bumped that, he, like, bumped the IL time for that category down so much, or for that chapter, I should say.
Yeah, I remember when Zach was first learning the speed game, he was practicing Chapter 8 a lot, and I think that gave him a really big advantage when he first started learning the game, because not a lot of the runners are very comfortable with Chapter 8, because most of the runs usually die to either like 1-2 or or Francis or something in between. But Chapter 8 is just one of those parts that you gotta practice a lot if you want to get really good at it. So this is I love that cutscene, by the way, when you're pulling up to Count Blake's castle, which is really cool. So you'll probably see a few of these throughout the run, or the last part of Chapter 8. It's the Magi blots in every room. So fun fact, everybody is stopped and slowed down during cutscenes except for Magi blots. For some odd reason, Magi blots are allowed to attack you through cutscenes, therefore making them like one of the worst enemies ever. Yeah, I hate them.
They are really tough to deal with, especially in 8-3. You'll see a lot of that. We'll point it out. So Zach gets the second hardest part of Peach Skip right there. So he gets across. We'll see if he can do the first hardest part of Peach Skip. But yeah, basically, I want to point out that that room that he was just in is actually the room we spawned in for the pre-Chapter 2 cutscene, which was a long time ago, but I don't know if it was mentioned back then, but there's actually a sequence break. If we were to go down that pipe that we just went down while in that Peach cutscene, we obviously can't get up to the top because we only have Peach, but if we were, we can actually trick the game into thinking that we're in 8-1.
That would be a huge time save.
Yeah.
Like, literally, like, 3 hours worth if we were able to, somehow get, beat the game after that.
Yeah, for sure. It's, like, I always mention it when I can, it's just really crazy to think that we could, you know, there's a possible chance that, like, if it's actually found, there's still a lot to do if we were to complete an any percent run, but, if it's found, Zach actually talked to me about this and theorized that it would actually be faster for Shadow as well as the pit.
Yeah, defeat Shadow run would be absolutely insane because you wouldn't even have to go to Chapter 5. Shadow is the boss of the Flopside Pit of 100 Trials, which is one of the side quests, and so you'd have to go all the way to, like, the current route is you go all the way to Chapter 5 and then jump straight into the Flopside Pit of 100 Trials. But you would just beat Chapter 1, trigger this cutscene, and then go straight into the Flopside Pit, which would be absolutely insane.
It's crazy. Alright, so right there we activated the staircase, and as Flash pointed out a long time ago,
Oh man.
The door is off-centered.
It's brutal, man.
He pointed that out like years ago, and now every runner will never hear the end of that, and will always have to live with knowing that that door is off-center.
Worst. It's the little things, man. Like, what? Why? Why is that door off-center? Whose job was it to make this room?
No, literally clip it. That door in 3D is actually off-centered. Like, it's hanging over the edge to the left. Oh, this is Big O-Chunks. He's a lot more bigger, but he still sucks. Yep. So, we just combo him.
Yeah. I love the strats for O-Chunks now. You can really just, like, destroy him with Bowser carry. Kind of like most enemies you can.
Yeah, it's all good, Zach. Yeah, I have no idea what Dimentio's feeding him, but must be some good stuff. Oh, also, yeah, the wall collapses in here, and O-Chunks saves them in an act of heroism. And then instead of moving on, Bowser also sacrifices himself to try to hold the wall up.
Yeah. I have to pay respects for Bowser and O-Chunks.
Yeah, the wall's gonna... Well, we'll see what happens after they go through the door here. And it falls. And the door's locked. And instead of going back to check, they just keep moving on. So, we are without Bowser for the rest of Chapter 8. Refresh the stream? Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that. Did we get Scooter Mario? Or is that not? No, that's not this level.
Yeah, that's right. That's in 8-2. 8-2 is actually a really stressful level for most speedrunners, because there's the final Thudley jumps that are... Well, not the final Thudley jumps. We keep adding more and more and more. Mm-hmm. Used to be the final Thudley jumps, but they're some of the most precise Thudley jumps in the game, which I hate. And then there's the Mimi fight, which is the 8-2 Mimi fight. It's actually fairly simple, but it's very easy to mess up, and if you mess it up, it's a major time loss, so it can be very stressful.
Yeah, it's really difficult. So, this is the first part, the Thudley jumps that Flash was talking about. Right here we see Merlin. It's not Merlin, it's actually Mimi. So we're just going to walk past the switch. And then Zach flips in 3D to do a Thudley jump, and he doesn't get the one in 2D, but that's how you literally have to get up that hole. You have to Thudley jump in 3D, then do it in 2D. Oh, he hits the ceiling. That's unfortunate. So if you hit the ceiling, you can't actually Thudley jump after that. I think... Yeah, he's got it. Okay. So it's a really tedious set of 2 Thudley jumps.
Yeah.
But it does save a decent amount of time.
Doing Thudley jumps in 3D is already stressful enough because you have the timer ticking, but then, like, you can't hit your head on the ceiling, you have to start it off in 3D, they both have to be very, like, mid to high level, like, jumps. It's just very precise, and it's very... I hate those. Those are my least favorite Thudley jumps.
Alright, so we have a set of mushrooms on strings. We're gonna eat the third one and fall into a trap. Intentional, obviously. So we're gonna defeat the enemy and then get a key to the door.
The other 2 rooms are actually really tragic. They have slurps in them. They just have the slowest enemies to kill all in there, and it's the worst. So if you were to accidentally get the wrong the wrong mushroom, you wouldn't get the key for one, so you'd still have to go into these other rooms, but then you'd have to kill the other 2 slurps, which you'd have to get Boomer out, feed them like twice. It's... oh man, it's awful.
So right here, we're actually talking to Merly, who's actually Mimi, and basically asked us a set of 3 questions that all were along the lines of, like, what are you the most afraid of? And we answered, like, the top 2 answers for the last 2, but the first one we actually answered the 3rd response, which gave us an Ultra Shroom. So you can completely lie to her and get some good items. Or you could accidentally choose to fight Francis again, because that's one of the options. So you can... Yeah, Flash almost did that too, in one of his runs.
My world record run, I almost refought Francis, which was really scary.
I remember that, it was terrifying.
One of those heart-dropping moments.
Crazy. Alright, so this is the Mimi fight. So once again, we're only able to fight as Peach. And you're gonna hear some sounds, which will be like sound cues for Zach to jump. And there's very specific frames where you can hit Mimi. Nice, he gets it first time. Let's see if he gets it second try. He does, nice.
Nice.
Good stuff. He got hit, but he should be okay. It's just 1 more hit. 2 more. Nice. Good stuff.
So we call that a 1-cycle Mimi fight, because she does that little animation where she like spins around like a little chainsaw across the room, and it takes a long time for those to play out. So getting those canceling those animations by jumping on her head the first frame is like, that's optimal strats.
So yeah. After this, we will see what happens to Peach. Peach is holding on to Mimi and the edge there. The floor just kind of collapsed under them. And we have to continue on. And let's see if we get it. Yes!
Scooter Mario!
We're scooting! Gold this for the fans. Do it, Zach! Cold on English. So yeah, this is 8-3. This is typically the longest, well, outside of like the boss fights, this is the longest level in the chapter, possibly in the game for one specific chapter. There's a lot to do here, and there's a lot to take in, but there's a lot of really cool strats that you're going to see Zach doing here. He's going to flip in 3D and get by all these skelebits with the fast flower. And then the strat right here, before we thought that you had to just go above, because like in 3D you're meant to do that. You can actually just go to the very end of this room, get to that top level, and you can still trigger the door to enter the correct room and not send you back to the beginning. It's really cool, and it actually saves a decent amount of time. Alright. And then this is like the mirror room. There's like 2 of these. You can just jump through the mirror and get this key. The second one's a little bit more hectic. We'll see in the future.
Yeah. Those mirror rooms are always interesting. Very interesting movement as the camera spins around. You try to follow the camera's movement.
Yeah, it's really weird. Zach's kind of really, like, especially that last jump to get to the key door, he's really figured out movement for that mirror room, and it's really fast. Like, it's really clean.
Yeah, for sure.
So here's
These
the part...
next set of... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, here's the part where all the Magiblots keep spawning. So you can...
That's
yeah.
exactly what I was gonna bring out. The RNG Magiblot Fest.
Yeah, they're, he got hit by a red one, which does 6 damage, unfortunately. So...
Oh, word.
Yeah, but they just, for whatever reason, they just can spawn in cutscenes, and, they can time it perfectly where you'll get hit right as the cutscene ends, so that's really cool.
Gotta love it. There's nothing you can do about it. It's literally RNG, time loss, and health loss.
Crazy. But thankfully he should be good now, because he doesn't have to hit any more switches.
Yeah. I think the intended method is for you to use Luigi's spring jump to hit them. Because after that, there's like that little cutscene where Luigi like floats down because like paper, because he just hit his head.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you would be safe during that, but it is slower to use that because Luigi can literally just jump and then hit it.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how they worked it out, but yeah, kind of unfortunate. You can just get... I've literally seen people get comboed in that room. It's tough.
Yeah, those rooms can be really toxic.
Alright, so this room, if you flip in 3D, you can see the whole maze, but we already know it. You have to go up, down, then back up to the left, and then back up to the right, and then fall all the way down. And that's how you get to the next room.
Yeah, most of these puzzles you can either figure out the solution by flipping into 3D, talking to an NPC, or using Tippy to figure them out, but of course we already know all the solutions, so...
Mm-hmm. So this is the hectic room I was talking about, with like 3 million Dementios, all just surrounding you. They won't hurt you, they just get in your way. They kind of like push you back towards the middle of the room, which is kind of helpful to get back to the window that we came from. So, it's pretty neat.
Yeah. If anybody remembers the crowds in TTYD, this is basically the same physics. You can hit them with Cudge, they'll fly up, and they'll like move you around. It's really interesting. Glad they added that. I know it's really weird, and it's actually a little annoying to do in a speedrunning setting, but like that was like one of my favorite parts of TTYD, so I was glad to see it put back into Super Paper Mario.
Mm-hmm. For sure. So, as soon as we get to Dementio, instead of fighting us, Dementio decides to run away, so we have to chase him. And he's gonna chase us through, or we have to chase him through one of the rooms from each and every chapter. So this is the chapter 1 room in 1-1. So we have to go back, and then we have to use Fleep at the very end of this room, and we'll go to chapter 2. And we just keep doing this over and over again until we get back to chapter 8. This room right here, we're actually going to do 2 Thudley jumps to save a lot of time instead of going through the lasers. So Zach's going to flip, he's going to move over, and then he's going to use Fleep, switch to Thudley, and do 2 Thudley jumps here. And he's got him. Good stuff. So now there's only like 2 Thudley jumps left in 8-4, I think. That's it.
Yeah, those... I think he's got the hardest Thudley jumps out of the way. Those last 2 Thudley jumps in 8-4 aren't as bad as these 2. The Chapter 8 Thudley jumps are just very precise.
So yeah, we're back in 3-2. We just have to go to the very start of the level. And here we are. And then we're going to space once again.
Gotta love it. Dang. Zach said this can still 405, which is very impressive for a no reset,
That
no
is...
life jump or green bridge skip run.
That is a really impressive time for the Peach skip that he had, messing up the grind in 5-2, the stuff that happened in 3-3, and then, you know, this Chapter 8 hasn't been perfect, but it's still pretty impressive that it's still capable of getting a 405. It's really crazy to see how far Zach has pushed this time down. As well as Castle, too.
Yeah, Zach and Castle are absolutely insane. I'm not gonna lie to you, one of the biggest reasons why I haven't gotten back into speedrunning this game is the amount of effort and dedication that it takes to get these times are just absolutely insane. These runners put in so many hours every single day, like practicing, streaming, doing attempts. They're phenomenal runners. So I guess just giving them a little plug. If you guys wanna see more content like this, definitely go send them a follow.
Yeah, I'm gonna do. And then I'm gonna do. So yeah, if you want to watch two really good top level any percent runners, it's definitely worth watching their streams. They're both really insane at this game.
Yeah, for sure. And it's any day now where one of them is just gonna get the run, and then they're gonna get that sub 4 run that everybody's been so excited for.
All pixels. I'm hyped for that. I want to go back to all pixels one day, but I don't know if I will. I feel like I should get back to any percent first before I do that. I feel like I can improve my time. But that is enough about me. Just a little note. If you don't say no to Dementio in that cutscene, you'll actually die there. You'll game over. You can ask Valuethon all about that because I did that live on the Twitch front page. But enough about that. We're gonna go right into the fight here. So this is actually the first use of the Mighty Tonic that we got. We have 3. The last 2 will be used on the final boss fight. This makes this Dementio fight relatively fast. He's getting some really good spawns here, actually. Dementio is being very low to the ground. He can just do that one tap, and then he's got this. Nice. That's a really clean fight.
Oh, dang, that was really good.
Alright.
For most of the time fighting Dementio, you basically just damage boost by taking damage and then walking into him with your iframes and then using the spring jump. It's really good. Zach's saying he might actually gold.
Yeah, I'm looking at his splits right now. Oh my god, I think he might. Oh my god, he's gonna gold. Oh my god, it's a 4-second gold on English. Zach, you're nuts, dude.
Done.
Good stuff. Wow, that's really cool. Yeah, that was really good. That was really clean. Alright, here we are. 8-4. So, 8-4 is quite an interesting level. The level itself is actually about like 4 to 5 minutes. However, the boss fights are much longer than 4 to 5 minutes. So, we will get to that. But I basically, in my splits, I split these 2 up separately. I split the level up and then have a split for the boss fights.
It's a very good idea. But the last level of Super Paper Mario, I mean, once you get to the boss fights, it's all downhill from there.
Just
crazy.
Just about. It's like the level's actually not too tough. There's like some really cool stuff. I have faith. Zach will do this. Zach will one flip for the fans. I know he'll do it. He will. Easy. Nice job.
Nicely done.
That one flip, it took me a while to practice, but that's like the only thing that I'm actually able to get in practice. And this jump right here, he gets it nice. That's a very, very, very precise jump. Much more precise than it actually looks. And you save having to do a ugly jump there.
Yeah, I remember when we first started trying to do that. It was so dumb. because like if you don't get the right speed, or if you don't jump early enough, you'll miss that every time.
That's true. Also, because of Dottie Skip, this this right now, this room is the only use of Dottie in this run.
Oh dang, I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
Yep. It's the only time
Poor
we're seeing Dottie. Yep. And then he's actually gonna do a damage cutscene skip. Pretty good. You don't feel like Thudley right now? I don't blame you. I wouldn't Thudley. You could probably still get a 405 without him. He's just gonna wait.
It's probably a good call.
Yeah.
Late into the run. We're all tired here.
Oh no, he fell. Oh, he should be. He still be able to make this. I hope. Oh no, no. Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, we can try round 2. All right, he's got it.
Nice.
Those enemies can be rough. That's for sure.
Yeah, they're annoying. It's like they know exactly where to be, get in your way. So, oh man, did he just do this whole room without flipping?
Yeah, he did.
I'm not caught up yet.
No, yeah, he
This
did.
room, nice. This room is yeah, that room's insane. Doing without flipping.
It's really crazy. But yeah, it's it's that room. Like, there's a lot of rooms here that we used to just flip in. You know, just not because it was faster or anything, but mainly because it was easier, and it's actually a little slower to flip. So, but Zach actually saves a lot of time by doing that in 2D. It's not easy, but yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Watching this maze as well, like, I know every single one of you guys got lost in this maze. It's like impossible to find the right way the first time. So just watching the speedrun of this is just really fun.
That's for sure. And there's been some very clean movement all throughout the maze, so
Absolutely.
cool stuff. And here we are. This is the final staircase before Count Bleck. Zach picking up the 50 HP, and he's going in. So here we are, Count Bleck.
Nice.
So, a little bit about the fight for Count Bleck. He'll start off as invincible, and you have to hit him 3 times. Even though you do no damage to him, you have to hit his invincibility shield 3 times to start the next cutscene, and then just 1 more time to start the final cutscene.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. Just to give you a little perspective of Zach's time right now, back when I had the world record in 2019, a little over a year ago now, I entered this section with a 4-hour flat time. So Zach is currently like 6 to 7 minutes ahead of that time right now, which is insane.
Okay, good. Oh my god. There was a split second there where I thought he soft-locked because Count Bleck was off screen. But I was just getting flashbacks to that one run that he did. It's actually, like, it's really difficult to actually get that soft lock. You have to be really far away from him.
Yeah. See, that was a tragic stream. Zach was on world record pace, really solid run, and then had that stupid soft lock where if you unload Count Bleck during this cutscene, and then trigger his cutscene, like where he's supposed to like do this whole thing that you're watching right now. It could soft lock if he's far enough off screen.
Alright, so he's going to switch to Bowser, and then he's going to use his Mighty Tonic. And then the strat for Black is that you're going to hit him, and then he's going to spawn somewhere else in the room. So, a bunch of runners actually just listen to audio cues to figure out which side of the screen he's on. That's a good spawn. It's nice.
Yeah, for sure.
Sometimes he can be a little bit far away, like here. Oh, that gets slowed down. That's unfortunate.
Yeah. The way that you can track where he's going, he's like Francis, so he does move in 3D. So if he doesn't spawn for a long time, odds are he's going to the other side of the room.
Interesting. Alright. Zach's actually just gonna take the 8 damage here just to end that cutscene. It's kind of an unfortunate Bleck here. This is really rough. Should be able to hit him. Okay, there we go. That's the fight. Good stuff, and then he'll get healed before Super Dimension.
Yeah, the runners have started renaming this. I believe Zach started it, but they've been renaming this split RNG time loss because it's random where he decides to go and what moves he decides to do, and it's really stupid.
Yeah. And yeah, Hopper, he was on 4-hour pace. It would have been like a 4-hour 30, 4-hour 40 time. It would have been like insane, but it's just, it should have happened. That's all I have to say about it.
Yeah, for sure.
Alright, so right now, Count Bleck sort of apologizes and gives up. And then we sort of realize who's been the true bad guy throughout this whole game. And he sort of just pops in. There he is.
Yeah, Dimentio is definitely the mastermind behind this whole game. He helps the heroes defeat Count Bleck so that he can take the Chaos Heart for himself. It's actually a really insane plot if you've ever played this game casually.
And not only that, it's revealed that, you know, quite a shocker, Luigi was Mr. L the whole time. And Luigi now has like a mind wash on him, and this is Super Dimentio mixed with like robot. It's kind of weird. It's kind of crazy. Green.
Green!
Yeah, it makes total sense. That's where he was the whole time. Uh-oh. Zach's pulling out Thudley. This should be fun. So there's a strat you can do with Thudley here, where you can actually defeat this boss a lot quicker with Thudley. It's a little precise. You just have to line up the correct spots, and yeah. Yeah, I'll do that. Right after the final split, I'll move to the other scene that I have planned out. I can actually get that set up kind of. All right. So they're kind of going through the final cutscene as it is.
Yeah, cute little cutscene, and then got to get that really good music.
Here, I will go ahead and I will bump this volume up for all of you.
Nice.
So he's going to use the Mighty Tonic while inside of Super Dimentio, and I think he's going to face... Yeah, he's just going to spam Dudley. It didn't work exactly how he wanted it, but he should be able to get this kill. Oh my god, that was sick. Nice. And there it is. That's the fight.
Nicely done.
Good stuff. GG, Zach.
GG, man.
Alright, GG's. Should be a 4:06. That's really good.
Solid time. Still 3 minutes faster than my current PB.
It's pretty crazy.
You know. These runners are insane. Man, I love these final cutscenes. They're really moving and touching, and it's just so satisfying to watch them at the end of the speedrun when you've worked so hard. And even if you didn't have a good run, just watching this final part, it's like, man, I just spent hours kicking this game's butt, and it felt great.
Yeah, it's really awesome. It's really relieving, honestly. We removed the credits timing, I believe. We removed that a very long while back.
It was about when we first started the Super Paper Mario Discord. We went away with them.
And it was yeah, it was really nice in my opinion. At least I preferred it.
Yeah, I agree.
Alright, well that is... essentially, that's the run. So there's a couple final cutscenes here, but outside of that, it's mostly just, we're about done here. So GG, Zach. We are going to stick around for a little bit because we're going to do a post-race interview with Zach. Get his thoughts on all this. See where his mind is after this run. I'm sure it's been a long run for him, but yeah. Oh, and after this, well, I already said that we're gonna do a post-race interview with Zach. Yeah, I will to get an accurate timing really quick. I'll go ahead and do that. Where's your stream? Okay. Yep. We should be all good here. Make sure everything's set up for the end. Okay, it is cool. All right. So yeah, this is the ending, and Count Bleck and Tippy sort of went off together. Save the world. But yeah, really, before we start this post-race interview, I really want to thank you, Zach, and thank you, Castle, for being a part of this today. Thank you, Flash, for helping me with commentary. It's been really cool to set these up. Yeah, it'll still be a 406. I'll refresh one last time just to be safe. But thank you everyone that helped out today. We're gonna be doing some more showcase runs in the future. I hope you guys enjoyed this. Oh, did you barely miss it? I think you got it on my end. Oh no, you might not. No, go, 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 please, go. Come on. Yes. On my, no, Zach, you got a 406 on my timing. That's what's accurate. GG, Zach, you got it. Congratulations. Oh my god.
Done, man. Nicely done.
Nah, but seriously, good stuff though. That was a really good run to get in a no reset run on English. Like, it's actually insane how casual 407s are just possible. You know, with it really goes to show how much practice Zach has put into this game over a long period of time. So with that, again, stick around. I'm gonna be I'll actually let the credits play through before we actually go on to going over the splits. I don't need to play them through. I could just play the music. Zach, how long will you take? Oh, what were you saying, Flash?
You go ahead and hop out. I'll see you later. Thanks for having me.
Sounds good. Thank you, Flash. All right. Yeah, I have a in the stream to get into VC. Yeah, here. Let me go to. Let me transition to where I want to go here. So there are your splits. There, it's a. Let me take a screenshot of them first before you end your stream there. That way I can just put a PNG on screen. But yeah, that is a GG. Okay, we're getting. Hang on, there we go. Sorry about that. That was like double audio there. I could tell. My bad. Let me take a screenshot of these splits. Okay, I'll only be able to take a screenshot of the end splits here. That's really all we'll have. Yep. Alright, cool. And then I will add this image to the stream. Sorry, this is taking a minute. Okay. There it is, and then I'll just remove that. Okay. You're good to join, Zach, whenever you want. Yeah, GG. That was really fun. I'm gonna turn this audio down a little bit. Hopefully you guys can still hear that. And then, Zach, you can just hop in whenever. Oh, here, I'll make the time accurate, too. Never mind, I will not make the time accurate. Okay, we're just gonna remove that from the stream. Okay. Okay. You never saw anything. Interview time. Let's wait a few minutes to to get Zach in the VC. But yeah, seriously, thank you all for watching. It's really cool that these types of streams are in interest to all of you. I'm glad everyone has reacted positively, because we're really interested in hosting a couple more. What am I saying? A few more showcase runs. The next one being like around a month from now. So I'd love to do that. It works for my schedule because I have college and stuff like that, and I'm always down to show off some categories of this game that may not be showed off in other aspects. Obviously, NmFlash8 has seen a lot, but
Hello.
Hello. What's up? All right, you can just go ahead and start talking about your own.
Yeah, so it was actually a pretty good run. I definitely had some sloppy mistakes, especially in Chapter 7 and 8. Well, 7-2 was actually really good, which I'm happy about. But yeah, I lost like 2.5 minutes to best at 7-3. So that was mainly what held back the run.
Nice. And then there are a couple of splits I wanted to ask you about. What were all your golds? Because I know you got...
Oh, yeah.
Gold.
So yeah, I golded 8-3. I golded Enter 5. I golded Enter 3. And I believe that's it, yeah.
Nice. That's really good. No, that run was really solid. I was talking about it with Flash when he was here, and basically the mistakes that I could count up were a majority of 3-3. Missing the grind one time in 5-2, Peach skip, and then probably Chapter 8. Just a bunch of different things.
Usually if 8-3 goes well, Chapter 8 as a whole is good, but that was not the case this run.
Yeah.
I think I lost like 2 minutes to golds in Chapter 8, and then 2.5 minutes Peach skip, 1 minute on 5-2, and then like a minute between 3-3 and 3-2. Otherwise, it was pretty good, I'd say. I'm definitely feeling like I could just go back into runs right now and get a good time, or get a better time, so...
I definitely think you could. Just, I mean, the way you were playing, like, really, there's like a couple other things. I feel like if you had gotten a good Peach skip, your entire rest of your run would have been a lot better. So
yeah, probably. I was getting very tired at the end.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Also, another thing to mention is I didn't do GBS, and I didn't even loop that into the time loss. So,
wow.
If I didn't make any mistakes in this perfect world, I would have probably been able to match PB there without
That's
GBS,
nice.
which would have been crazy.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Good stuff. Yeah, that's really... I think that's about it for me. GG, thank you for showing off NmFlash8 for us. Yeah, is there anything else you want to say?
I would like to eventually show off all pixels on this as a showcase run, or maybe race, depending on if anyone else is, like, practiced at the category by then, so that would be really cool.
Awesome. I'm excited to see that. We have the submission forms. This is actually for everyone, so the tournament Discord, which is actually the SPM community Discord, I just have to rename the link one of these days.
Yeah, and thanks everyone for all of the GGs and the support on the run.
Yeah, GG Zach, you did really good. In that server, we have, I believe the channel is called Showcase Requests. It's a Google form you can fill out with any category that you like to show off on this channel, preferably something that hasn't been shown off before. We've seen a lot of Pit, and then obviously NmFlash8 now. There's a lot of cool other categories that I'd love to give people a chance to watch here, so All Pixels is definitely one of them. And we actually have one lined up currently that is for Defeat Shadow, so pretty excited about that.